members, we have quorum. We'll ask Member for Goilala to lead us in prayer.
Many are called, but few are selected. God, we thank you for the rare privilege and honor to be selected out of the many that were called to represent our people in districts and provinces that we represent in this people's house. We also thank you for the leadership, not only in this country, but around the world. And we pray that, God, you give them your favor, and you also give them wisdom, so they see, or we are able to see through the windows of those we serve, and see the struggles and sufferings from sunrise to sunset, day by day. We also pray for the Speaker of the House and the staff of Parliament, and pray that the independence of Parliament and the process in the Parliament must not be dictated by both sides of the House, and let the process to take precedence and allow the process to take course without undue influence from both sides of the House. Lord, in conclusion, I ask you to forgive us for all our shortcomings as we join hands to pray the prayer that the Lord Jesus Christ himself taught us. Our Father,
who art in heaven, like
forgive us.
Honourable members, in accordance with Section 175 of the Organic Law on national and local level government elections, I lay on the table the return of writs which His Excellency the Governor-General issued on 24th April 2025 for a by-election of a member to be served for the Kabum Open Electorate, following the declaration of the National Court, which sat as a court of disputed written dated 26 May 2023, and that by the endorsement on the writ, it was certified that Mr. Patrick Bassa was duly elected as a member for Kabum Open Electorate. I lay the writ. Honourable members, I have been commissioned by His Excellency, the Governor-General Grand Chief Logohuk Knight Grand Cross of the Most Distinguished Order of Saints Michael and Saint George, authorizing me to administer from time to time the declaration of loyalty and declaration of office to those members who have not already made their declaration since their election to the National Parliament. The commission is dated Friday, 15th day of July 2022. I admit. You will say your declaration after me. Declaration of loyalty, honorable member. Where there is a space, you will announce your own name, and the rest you repeat after me. I,
Patrick Basser,
realizing fully the responsibility to which I am committing myself,
realizing
consequence of not living up to this declaration and those responsibilities. Freely and willingly declare my loyalty to the independent state of Papua New Guinea.
freely and willingly declare my loyalty to the independent state of Papua New Guinea
And its people and to the Constitution of Papua New Guinea.
and its people and to the Constitution of Papua New Guinea,
Adopted by the Constituent Assembly on 15 August 1975.
adopted by the Constituent Assembly on the 15th August 1975,
Assaulted from time to time in accordance with the provision and promise that I will
as altered from time to time in accordance with its provisions and promise that I will
uphold the Constitution and the law of Papua New Guinea.
uphold the Constitution and the laws of Papua New Guinea.
Declaration of office, honorable member. Where there is a space, you will announce your own name, and the rest you repeat after me. I
Patrick Basser,
do promise and declare that I will well and truly serve
do promise and declare that I will well and truly serve
the independent state of Papua New Guinea
the independent state of Papua New Guinea
and its people and the office of the Member of Parliament.
and its people in the office of Member of Parliament.
Honorable Member, congratulations. You may now take your seat. Honorable members, I inform the Parliament of the following. Distinguished visitors who are former members of Parliament, namely Sir John Caputin, Sir Yano Bero, Sir Pato Kakaraya, Mr. Warren Dutton, and Mr. Parua Kuri, and are seated in the speaker gallery. And 24 finalists of the National Grade 11 Essay and Pottery competition representing the 4 regions of the country, and grade 7 and 8 students and their teachers of Koyari Park Adventist Primary School, who are seated in the public gallery. On behalf of the Parliament, I extend these distinguished visitors and students a very warm welcome to Parliament. Like any petitions? Notices? Honorable members, question time. The Honorable Member for Madang.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for affording the people of Madang to put their question to the Government Minister without notice. Mr. Speaker, my question is directed to the Minister for Treasury, Honorable Ian Ling-Starkey. My question is in my capacity as the Shadow Minister for Treasury, Finance and National Planning, as well as a member for Madang and also a chairman of the Madang DDA. Mr. Speaker, my question relates to the application of GST to government institutions, entities including national parliament, departments, provincial, local level government, statutory entities, including provincial governments and DDAs. Mr. Speaker, every year through the Department of Treasury, the national government appropriates 2 billion kina in service improvement grants and infrastructure grants to each province and district. Mr. Speaker, each district is supposed to receive up to 10 million DSIP and 5 million infrastructure grants, and if you're lucky and you're in government, 5 million kina for kina. Each province receives 10 million in PSIP and 10 million in infrastructure programs. This makes up the total of 2 billion kina. When each province or district receives those grants, they then make decisions on how those grants are to be expended on projects, essential services in the sectors of education, health, law and order, infrastructure, and economic. Where contractors or suppliers are awarded contracts to provide the services to the districts or provinces, and after being awarded the contract, they will invoice the district and provinces, and they will be paid for their services, and they will charge a component of GST. And upon payment of those GST or the invoices or processing the claims for their invoices, the district treasury and provincial treasury will remit the payments to the suppliers and hold back the GST component, which is then collected by IRC. Now, GST was introduced in July of 1999. It was a part of a broader tax reform aimed at modernizing PNG's tax system, improving revenue collection, and aligning with international VAT and GST systems. It applies to most goods and services as well as imports and some exceptions who are zero rated or exempt to GST. So, Mr. Speaker, other countries also apply GST, and I took the time to look into their system of how they apply GST and whether government entities are required to pay GST. And for Australia, there are certain services provided to government entities, or which they classify as government departments, local level councils, government-owned entities and statutories that don't pay GST. And they relate to services provided in the areas of education and health. And also applies to New Zealand government in applying their GST or VAT tax. Now, their system requires some of the suppliers to charge GST to their government institutions and entities, and it also provides the opportunity for those government entities or institutions to claim back refunds.
Order. Honorable Member, you will make your question.
Okay, I'll get to my
So
question.
that you don't have all the time of the question.
Thank you. I'm providing context, and it's an issue that affects everyone in this parliament.
Be patient.
So my issue is, every year the government pays 2 billion and the government or IRC collects 200 million back. So you are taxing tax money. So if a district receives 20 million, 2 million is sent back to IRC, the money that is supposed to be spent on essential services to the people, not taxing the tax money. Now, other countries provide tax refund where they pay GST. We don't get a tax refund. Provincial governments cannot claim refunds. DDAs cannot claim refunds. So my question to the Treasury is, can you explain the logic in this policy of taxing tax money? If you agree it is illogical, would you agree for my office to work with your office to bring a proposed amendment to the IRC Tax Act to introduce amendments that provide zero rating or tax exemptions to all government institutions, including this national parliament, including provincial governments, and including authorities and state-owned entities, so we can apply the maximum benefit of tax money back to the taxpayer and not back to the tax collector? Thank you.
The Honourable Treasurer.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for Madang and the newly appointed Shadow Treasurer for his long explanation on the background, which I think is good. Members of Parliament can update themselves on his series of questions. My office certainly looks forward to working with the Shadow Treasurer on any matters,
Yes.
in addition to GST, to ensure we get a more effective budget. But there's probably no need to for this particular issue, Mr. Speaker, because administratively we should be able to resolve this particular problem. Most of us agree with a lot of the sentiments you shared, and there is a decision by the government to exempt GST from DDAs and eventually provincial governments. And just for the record, GST collections projected for this year is 4,186 million. Mr. Speaker, if I can just give a quick background as well. Section 65A is part of the Goods and Services Act of 2003. This act is the basis for goods and services tax, or GST. Most of our people in urban areas know that it adds 10% to the cost of groceries, and I'm pretty pleased that we are now exempting 13 key household items from this GST. Section 65A has been a part of our GST system since at least 2007. I note the reference to 1999 by the Shadow Treasurer. And it's important to note, Mr. Speaker, that the Commissioner General of the IRC has the discretion to determine special circumstances and can issue notices to taxpayers and also withdraw those notices. These notices require the government entity or business to collect the GST of 10% and pay it directly to the IRC. This is a different process of the suppliers charging the GST to the DDAs and then paying the 10% tax to the IRC. And just finally, by way of background, back in 2021, after we came into office, as part of a process of clamping down on GST tax avoidance, the IRC started issuing more and more of these Section 65A notices in 3 phases. The first one was to deal with government departments. Second one, provincial governments and provincial health authorities, and the third one's to DDAs. The final phase was to private firms. To answer his specific questions, in November of last year, NEC did resolve to exempt district development authorities from Section 65A. The IRC was instructed through that decision to implement the exemption administratively rather than through legislative changes. But the IRC, as we all know, is provided with considerable independence in the administration of tax laws, and that remains a decision for him. Then the last communication on this matter, the Commissioner General indicated in earlier this year, I think around about April, in a written brief, both to myself copying the Prime Minister, his concerns about the NEC decision. He said that Section 65A notices to DDAs has been vital in addressing non-compliance among government contractors, and that these contractors, often major beneficiaries of public funds, have historically been the least compliant in remitting or fulfilling their tax obligations. He also advised us that the repeal of Section 65A for DDAs would cost, there would be a cost to the budget of at least 100 million kina. He was also concerned that doing this, it could incentivize, encourage non-compliance among contractors not to pay their component. Has it been implemented? No, it hasn't been. The IRC currently is recommending against the instruction from NEC and is suggesting a legislative change for Parliament to exempt the DDAs. When it comes to that, if it comes to that, if negotiations with him are not successful, then the government then will look to make that change. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We have a point of order. Honourable Member Faba.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am of the strong opinion that IRC is wrong in terms of the compliance for the contractors, because when the checks are given after the tax deduction, when they go to pay the services, they are also paying the 10% GST. So IRC is completely wrong, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member Faba, I will not entertain your point of order. It's like you're debating the question that has been raised, so I would not allow for that point of order. The Honourable Member, Governor for Gulf.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, asking Lumia nogat notice igolo Mr. Diwaina, member of Langram. Now, asking Lumia Sem, the Gulf Province migat sampla force concessions is stop. Turama TRP, Turama Extension, Iskikori TRP, Valala TRP, na Valala Extensions. So, asking Blomino Minister also, these are concessions, plenty and timeline finish. Now, management and marketing agreements only lapse. So, one time, authority blow you, now ministry blow you, and we all write him, NUPLA agreements one time public ground. Secondly, Mr. Deputy Speaker, law talk and provincial forestry committees, PFMCs, all by walking negotiations, one time public ground, one time developers. So ask him Blomilsem, why are you not involving provincial governments on this land negotiations, where all can come and put him input blow, because all negotiations up to date in a Gulf province have been done with your department or with the authority and with the landowner's consent without visibility and clearance at the provincial level. All developments of mining too, we got problems with Laki Kamu now. You go one kind. So, we ask me, Minister, one time you send some law where you talk provincial governments must involve one time Ministry below you, look out in all forestry developments for Gulf province. Number 3, ask him, also, plenty long this agreements, developers broke him agreement, plenty conditions for agreement, developers broke him. For example, on Valhalla TRP, developer abused him or misused him 10,000 hectares. On Valhalla TRP in the west, now he log him, walk him illegal logging law out. Or public ground, he kiss him this like developer go to court. Court he talk, yes, I'm illegal, I must buy him. So one time, you haul him on public ground, I ensure him this like outstanding royalties and outstanding compensation payments become the people long Valhalla. This line no resolved yet. Now, secondly, long East Kikori, you got 19 million. Stop yet. Law royalties where department below you or authority is buying wrong person, the wrong company. This law royalties, you know, go to proper ground through. So one time by you back him, this law 19 million. You go long proper ground through. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Minister, Forest.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Thank you. Now, thank you, good plus Kim Blong, Governor Blong, Nipla Long, Gulf. Just like question plan, I think we believe plenty of Governor Long. All provinces from this country, all to get one kind of last scheme. Law development long forestry inside law one province flipla. In fact, all open members to long all district flipla. Good last scheme straight member Governor Blong Gulf ask me come. We like talk sobre this house na good governor. You got good 4 questions blue you stop. One plan long TRP. Extension long TRP, I think long site long TRP, and in it long forestry now, long new pla act, me pla stop lo do want them all TRP, na look good you can set lo site long TRP lo incorporate mo li long FMAs. Okay, I'm lo this la site lo number 1 question blue, but number 2, number 3, and number 4 question blue very important. That minanap lo making one pla making question lo now, but me by kissing question blue in writing. Now, when we go back to the department, make small answers in full so that we can give him long all people from Gulf. Now, at least this house, now all governors, members of parliament, kiss him good 1M, all outstanding. I think all the districts and the provinces too, we got just staff. And this has been an ongoing long process from me coming up long time, me as a minister. So, by me ask him good governors and this question, and he can give me in return. Law writing so that we can go back to the department and answer him long in due time when we can write come back and do it. Thank you.
We have a supplementary. Honourable member for Electoral.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. My supplementary is also in relation to the log export development levy. Can the minister also confirm that under the Non-Tax Revenue Act, these export levies are also swept swept under his department.
Honourable member, it seems that the question you raised is not supplementary to the question raised by Governor. It's a new question. I will allow you to make that question another time when I give you a chance to. The Honourable Member for Kainantu.
Thank you. Thank you, the Speaker, lo Luxavelo, people of Kainantu. All Papa Ground lo Kainantu mine. Me like directing this question. Ego long Minister long mining. Some law all issues we've been putting ego long. Paper na mi seven minister lo past time minister. Na awambla toksabe or response come. Very important and pertinent issues me raising on behalf long people of Kainantu now Papa Ground. So now we like asking each other's house because Kainantu mine one mine where Papa Ground or losing tintin together. Since mining started in 2003 coming up now more than 20 years. No one something come up or Papa Ground or people of Kainantu. Me looking this year only paying 161 million PDC go on government. Lon takis ya. So Kainantu money is already, and the people of Kainantu already contributing to the revenue now. Paus plon despla country ya. Ano amla look sabi stop, Mr. Speaker. Or some important issues outstanding. Meresim logan by putin golong minister ya. Number one something. MOA, Memorandum of Agreement. Despla agreement terms stop namelo government, state, one time or Papa Ground na developer. Now it developer plus na mine, Kainantu mine, limited. Na government ga wampla MOA stop. One time people plus na mine but continue to operate. Me like you, minister me confirm this la. Despla me true or no that. Because underneath law MOA tasol all get benefits or by prescribing na giving me go on Papa Ground. And close to now, 6 or 8 years here, now Kainantu mine we operate one of the most profitable, progressive mine now. Plan the discoveries, na nuclear tenements, only giving me go discovering big gold. Na development them come up and by close to on program mine. Yet people on the ground, looks like something. So you got MOE stop or no got. Now suppose you got why na Papa Ground no kishin benefit. Suppose no got why. Me asking minister long try lo put him one MOE discussing na sari ni come first quarter of this Christmas because me looking Kainantu mine by operating opening nuclear facilities now by enlarging operation slogan. Now got at the moment. Let's play people of Kainantu want more people who come to us a benefit logan. Mr. Speaker. So me like say you got when in time by MOA come up. Me understand you got one rust MOA draft. Every stop lo think 2021 or something or same. Every stop lo corridors lo why every karapin dasi stop. Na meeting or same. Time lo you go one time this draft MOA and over finish. Usefulness lo you got now. Now with mine, Emi Lucium, there's a stage now, I'm going to sell a big project or something now. So, suppose, Minister got tintin, lo by nuclear MOE, by you can go inside. Now, suppose there's something that can come up, hurry up. Before lo, Kainantu mine, Emi operating nuclear facility blog. Number one question, series of questions concerning MOE. Number two, all Papa Ground, since mining operate, kissing one royalty yet. Only stop na plan di Papa Ground ni daigo, only fight natin igo. Now, money, stop lo sambla hap lo system namin lo developer one time MRA. Now, one black excuse, he come up or same. Papa Ground he got dispute. Lo yung tayo commission sindaw na harem so there's benefits must stop past it. So question again. Suppose there's probably an issue. When in time government tintin lo put him there's a title commission going to buy. RM hurry up, now work him determination, who's Papa ground, so that there's no money for all this stuff. How much millionaire? All you can pay him hurry up, now Papa ground, you can kiss him. Let me see what make it work well. The benefit almost kiss him. Number 2 question. Suppose there's a money stop, big money. Then we stop where? Money no casing down nothing. So me ask him, suppose by MRA, the minister only can make him discuss one time. Or Papa ground, na company, lo put him, there's some money, go sambla halfway. And can carry sambla kind interest stuff. Working sambla win money. So the by the time, or Papa ground kiss him, all kiss him money, one time sambla interest long and on top. And me asking this law, side law, outstanding or benefits long, royalty, na winning time by Electoral Commission, by Sinlaon, na resolving the dispute law, Papa ground. Number 3, important question now, tenant to mine, any operator, same leak mine, launch per time, na MRA, even issuing mining lease. MRA leak mine. The question now, we like asking minister whether size of the mine is measured by the output, the production, how much gold you go, or the operation itself. Because me looking at underground mine, time we go now. We are instead gold, we producing gold. Operation may be small, but output again, production again. Me know what Provincial is information, but government have it. Talking me play legally man or big mine. Now that my name like expenditure, now like question for me. Whether mining department, he got plane, or sulking, this license, mining lease, equal SML, special mining lease. So that sampler or benefits, MSA come underneath long SML, where people work on missing out, now people can work on missing out. People can kiss him too. Mr. Speaker, so mining work on pay taxi go gamani go to so Papa ground ya. You been looking one something too. Kainan to mine come up say one free mine. Instead of Papa in the world here. Let me say call him a free mine. But here you go same. The same can come up. Or same me asking minister lo. There's how series of questions in the discussion say follow. When they can plan say we got all this issues me they no suppose we can talk in this house. Now people of Papua New Guinea, more importantly people of Kainan to all Papa ground Billy Moya na unantu na. Como see the slab. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Now also, Makam, we know Tintin.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Honorable Minister for Mining.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before me respond to question, member, kind to be like on behalf of District Blomi, people of Blomi, Finchafen, me like congratulating member of Kabum. Come back to flow. Me play, see, I've been called long time so. We congratulate him and look forward to work on them as member and capacity where Molim law moving work inside long Kabum. As well as party where people senate, people giving people congratulations. Deputy Speaker, popular question where member raising thank you member raising a popular question in regard to Canada mining. First question MOE benefits na suppose even signed finish. Deputy Speaker, we can confirm MOE no been signed for the last 5 or 6 years due to ongoing disputes between the landowner factions inside the Billimore area. We all give him social license that right mining must come up to place. So time dispute they come up every name go law special land title commission long strategies levy. Na time maybe come yet mining been continue. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to thank the people of Billimore long allowing mine to continue while also team dispute lo court na finding way lo LP ma. Sometimes all money court also stopping mine. But in this case, through you and to the member, I'll thank the people of Kainatu and Makam as well. We'll stop in Salores Labanis law project. Long allowing mining to continue while all go to court. At the same time, we'll go to different avenues to resolve him dispute law over which landowner groups truth must have in some chairman or staff portion or beneficiary in Salores project. So I confirm was MOU not been signed because he got dispute stuff. Now MOU containing package below landowners or Papa ground where all but participate royalty now mining company Basiranitsin na go forward. So time will been cross lo MOU, we containing royalty na risla tu, all harap lo benefit no bin come up because all dispute law, royalty that's all. Now usad basta pabaground true inside lo mine. So Mr. Deputy Speaker, I confirm that MOU will be agreed. Now willing no sign and disputes have been still stopped long office law, state solicitor. Last week, time PNG Corbin host him, this la bungi come up la IPEC, lo bungi mogata investor lo petroleum. Na mining one time, I had the opportunity to meet him or landowners will come lab. And we had a 1-hour session, of which the landowners agreed that you must go forward on the MOE because even though mining lo expand go SML, question 4 blame, MOA must stop before you may expand go inside long SML. So a company confirmed lo miosem, all ad lo expand go inside SML because issue lo landowner and stop here. Who gets to sign and who gets to take the equity benefit royalty inside long if you may expand go long SML. So last week time we sit down through you Deputy Speaker, we have confirmed that me ring him state solicitor. Now office the state solicitor clear him MOE finish. So this Friday time member, myself and few delegations are visiting the Canon to Mine. We will let know the people that we have resolved the issue on the MOE and we will sign. Member 2 by witness, Governor Blong, Eastern Islands, Deputy Speaker, you had 2, you stop inside. One time some faction of moral leadership, so MOA has been cleared for signing that, I will confirm, and that has been done last week through that, so that's one. So that now but looking benefits long, people look to Makam to start look God Manmiri. Number 2, landowners royalty, I confirm that royalty money is still sitting there. I'm still sitting down long, trust account, because court, or landowner go court, so money blow, I'm still sitting down, no government touching money. That funding is, that royalty fund is still there. Now, to the House, the Imilo country will appreciate what these landowners, and I will put on notice and on record that, Bilimoa Landowner Association, royalty money blow, all making one agreement, or some 10% blow this royalty money, but all church. And that is something I haven't seen in resource projects, where Papa Ground Tok Tok lo kageta sol, online lo kanan to am giving 10% lo God. You mean to give me Christian country am online lo bili mo am all show him straight, Mr. Deputy Speaker. 10% of all that royalty money now belongs to a church that all filimos am all affiliate one them. Now to God he bless him all, people give him go back lo God so. That money is there, including the 10% that's rightfully all to Gamas Kolong Church. In that meeting as well, Olenona Togosem, while we block court, all the factions have come to my office and said, wrote to my office and said, while we block court, lo money blow me blow lo ground, money blow God, you give him free. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, through you and the member, there's like 10% of royalty that is added. We'll start me blow a saling bol as la mission, we'll nominate him na Togamasco straight, la count blow, church. That's in respect to the 10% of the royalty, which they are giving as tied to a church. Royalty funds in terms of investment, me are concerned, member. Me blo no got power, me blo MRA, na mining no got power, or reinvesting money. Me blo regulator, na me blo looking industry. So this la money am start long. As soon as MOA sign, no agree, and me blo all it can invest. Me blo no got power, invest in la money blo. Me blo was man so look no money na. Me blo send up so stop. Was some money. Number 4. Ask him the MRA expansion, yes, Canon to Mine is going to be one of our best mines in this country, and they've asked to do an expansion program which we'll see possibly they might become an SML. But for that to happen, you need to resolve the issue of landowners, MOA, and I look forward to working with the member, Governor of Eastern Islands, Chair yourself, plus the other stakeholders who are involved so that you can expand him, and they want to expand. They have spent about 1.2 billion kina already as part of the expansion program. Now all I go more, lokisimos SML so leader time you don't have free mine, having a free mine benefit law landowners and stop. Our district become instead and stop. Time you go SML. Our provincial government become instead equity and stop. But all this la 1 or 2 plus something so you may clear him now. Then Canon to Mine can become a very good mine for the country and people as well. I think in terms of, yes, thank you, Commerce Minister, IDG blow, Canon to Mine is same as IDG blow program and ARPLO program, government look seven and put him lilig money so IDG time him come all provincial governments, all governors, members, or can make him lilig work. All district help him mining projects so. Member time it logo Friday, I hope to resolve some of this. Then we can announce to some MOU. I'm ready for this. You may sign and we can go forward. Want them expansion SML, excess loyalty, want them all checks. But on that point, lo finish me talk. Thank you. Na mi luksaw lo slaleno na group, Mr. Deputy Speaker. Or first lo line it's a lo country lo give him 10%. So time company in mining go SML na if their royalty is 1 billion, Deputy Speaker, you imagine 1 billion of the royalty going to church. That's faith in action, Mr. Speaker, and we must commend that type of behavior. And let me commend him. Carry to people, billion more people for election to give tithe. All put in action, sample me talk nothing. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Honourable Member for Menyama.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. No looks away on people from Menyama. I will write them. People from Menyama need to talk. Your question without notice, let me go to Minister of Law, State-owned enterprise. It's a question regarding sale law BSP from MVIL. People blame me work law scheme why it's the share law BSP where MVIL holim lemon government salim so me like asking this law question. Law media na country sawe osem MVIL salim one good place say where SOE holim lem na BSP say ni sawe work law sim good la money blow MVIL come inside na yumi sawe na country sawe na Pacific sawe osem BSP work law expand BSP work law grow na BSP work law declaring good la profit over the years. The government will decide to salim 50% plus sales blow MVIL. So question to me, Minister, you must have BSPM, one blue chip investment, good play investment blow. Government when invest inside no good play return work lo come blow. This plan money have come, mems have go lo. All get hard blow country. You know go lo MVIL tasol time MVIL salim. Declaring dividend goal of government law, KCH and government section is money names as scaling law at have law country. So question him display. When them also when them rational behind law salim 50% plus sales plus MVIL or BSP sales from MVIL when them also law display a government salim BSP sales. Number two, question them. You must have BSPM or list him but must be stock exchange. Now suppose this places all been salim, all been auctioning law. But must be stock exchange where public and benefit and all can apply law this places or all can bid law this places or deal where you may make him inside or close deal where this BSP says law MVIL make him law salim this places. As me been work time me been in school na me go work me trade law pot most stock exchange me come up was one broker na me salim na our BSP says and been grown na from that time coming up now and BSP and working good la money na me work him good la dividend law government na me plan look him and BSP says time all salim law list him law and public company so only list him na time making trade them. Ogata man miris agi benefit lo salim time mi salim ogata lo bid lo usat money mi come good lem mi can buy this places so if you give this plan lo but must be stock exchange or nogato emi close deal where imi wakim na salim this places. Number three question them mi luki bosem minister to gosem mi plus salim MVIL sales law, kirabi mo narap law lesawi company where mi work law dai go down lane. Na mi reading law website law treasury law budget paper from 2020 coming up law now law last year and this year. Me looking government without failings have allocating big money law lesawi. Na where all this money go na you mi work law salimol shares where I'm making big money block government or making good return block government in Misalim Gen, Lokirabi Molis Law Company where work Lodai go down. Suppose all board of directors blow MVIL or chairman blow MVIL, suppose all got him some inside information or market information about MVIL or BSP sales, suppose collapse in the next few minutes, or few weeks or hours or few years. Na suppose that is some inside information on Salim this good plus shares. Then not get talk Sawe lo country na Mibla and Sawe was a market then collapse or stock exchange market collapse all Salim all that is inside information all Salim is good plus shares. It's illogical lo Salim shares we make him good. Na company we making good money lo Salim. Suppose in private company blow me Solen, suppose blow me na me director na me chairman blow this company. I'll be the fullest person lo Salim. One good investment.
Honorable member, put your statement into question.
The question I am display. So me ask him, Minister suppose I'm going to explain him. The country can say country work lo ask him plenty lo display so I'm going to explain him lo display honorable house na. I talk several people we make an arim. Thank you, Tro.
Honorable Minister, State Enterprise.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. I want to thank the member for asking these very important questions. The subject of the sale of MVIL shares in BSP has been the subject of much discussion, even in the social media as well as the mainstream media. First, I want to clarify this, and that is that the government does not own any shares in BSP. Those shares were held by MVIL, a completely different company, a limited company, so we need to get that correct. It is not the government shares. Any investor which owns shares normally does a due diligence on investment it owns in publicly traded company, and BSP is no exception. And KCH, being the shareholder of all our SOEs, including MVIL, commissioned a study as soon as the Marape government took office in 2022. And that included a comprehensive review of all investments held by our companies. And particularly the investment or the shareholding held by KCH in BSP. KCH owns 18% in BSP, and KCH now is the largest shareholder in BSP, followed by a number of companies, including MVIL, which held 6%. So in the case of MVIL, Mr. Deputy Speaker, this due diligence study confirmed that, as we know, shares in a publicly traded company are subject to fluctuation. And although BSP has always been providing consistent dividends to the shareholders, including KCH and MVIL, it was decided that the government was overexposed in holding shares in only one company. It was also the intention of this government to establish another commercial bank to provide competition in the market. And it was felt that BSP was not able to provide full banking service right throughout the four corners of our country. And it was felt that there was a need for another bank. And that is why most of you are aware that this government, under this government, we have established another commercial bank, the National Banking Corporation. So we were in the situation where we did not want to expose everything to one shareholding in one commercial bank. The government decided to diversify. And the idea of selling shares in MVIL was mooted in cabinet. There were three separate NEC decisions. The first one directed MVIL to conduct a due diligence, an insolvency test, and that was done. It was then brought back to cabinet, and cabinet was satisfied that even with the selling of those shares, the government's entire shareholding through KCH and MVIL would not be affected. That was a decision that was made in principle. There were three separate NEC decisions. Becoming a shareholder and having a share in a publicly traded company does not guarantee you dividends all the time. Sometimes the company can make money, sometimes it can make reduced profit. So we felt it was time to sell down, but still maintain 3% equity in the shares.
I must also inform this cabinet or this parliament that MVIL was gifted those shares. It never paid for those shares. It's important, Mr. Deputy Speaker, that I explain the background to how MVIL became a holder of those shares. When the Macquarie government merged the smaller BSP with the bigger PNGBC, it was decided that in return for that merger, the government was going to be allocated 30% shareholding in the new bank, the new BSP. And under the banking laws that we have in this country, not one single shareholder is allowed to own more than 20% in a commercial bank, because as we all know, commercial banks deal with other people's money. And it can be a risky business too. So it was then felt that to comply with the banking requirements, KCH was allowed to keep 20%, and 10% was allocated or gifted to MVIL. And that is how MVIL got those shares. MVIL never paid for the shares using the motor vehicle owners' insurance trust funds. That money, even now, after the sale of BSP, has never been touched. The money belonging to all the motor vehicle owners in this country has remained untouched, and it is still there. And MVIL, as I speak, continues to hold a minimum of 300 million kina in cash every day. It is solvent all the time. But as I said earlier, Mr. Deputy Speaker, it was felt that there had to be a sell down, and there needed to be a sell down to be able to help KCH fund some of the projects that they have to be done. For instance, the aging infrastructure in PNG Power right throughout the country, not only in Port Moresby, but along the Islands Highway and from Ley to Mereng, Wewak, Rabaul, everywhere. Most of the infrastructure is more than 30 years old. I keep telling this parliament, and many people think it's an excuse, but there is a fact that we have to have money to be able to fund those projects. And the revenue that is being earned by PNG Power is not alone, and that is why this government, under the leadership of our Prime Minister, already made a decision in December last year to partially sell down PNG Power. And selling down a company like that is not straightforward. You need to engage all the experts who will value the company. It is not about selling PNG Power at a fire sale. We have to get value for our money. And it is going through a process now. But in the case of funding some of that infrastructure, we were able to secure a loan from ADB under the title ADB SOE Reform Loans. And that was 500 million kina, or $1 million. Unfortunately, due to misunderstanding with Treasury and the National Planning Department 2 years ago, most of the money did not get to SOEs. What do you expect me to do when these things happen in government? You have to have other ways of raising funds. And this is one SOE raising funds, selling down its shareholding to allocate money to free up cash so that other SOEs are bailed out. Gone are the days when SOEs will continue to rely on government funding through the national budget. We appreciate that there are the more competing needs, law and order education, and these are supposed to be earning money. And when you have a situation where most of them are bleeding cash, you go for the low-hanging fruit. It makes economic sense. And that money, the proceeds of the sale, will be put to good use. And Cabinet has already allocated or approved the allocation of each separate expenditure items. Not one single toya will be misused. All of that money will be put to good use, and it's subject to an oversight committee by KCH. So the money will be put to good use. So, as I said earlier, Mr. Deputy Speaker, you can be a shareholder in a company, but that does not necessarily mean that you hold those shares forever and ever. As an investor, it comes to a time when you can make that investment decision to sell those shares at a price that is good. When the shares are performing well, you sell out and make the money, not when the bank shares are not performing well. So that was a commercial decision made by the boards of both MVL and KCH,
and then finally approved by a cabinet. All the necessary processes were followed. Now, to answer the last question of how there was no public notice in the media inviting everyone to buy shares. Now, this is an area where you engage expert stockbrokers to do the selling for you. These are publicly traded companies, not a government auction process. This is a publicly traded company, BSP, where you hold shares. So JMP nominees, who are a locally based broker, we have two brokers in this country, Kina Securities and JMP. And JMP was engaged to conduct a sale process. And the sale process of shares held in a public company is not that straightforward. You have the usual process of know your customer, so that ultimately you know that you are selling your shares ultimately not to a criminal who is using another company as a front or using a sham to hide his shareholding, but you have to know who you're selling to. So that process took 1 year. It took 1 year. It didn't take 6 months. And no politician was involved. Ultimately, the brokers were engaged and they did a thorough job in conducting that sale process through those who had the resource and the money. And they had a time frame. So ultimately, if we were to read what appeared in the postscript on 18th July, Friday 18th July, you will see that most of the shares were bought by MRDC group of companies. MRDC group of companies ultimately, the group of companies are trustee managers who manage equity and business interests for our landowners ranging all the way from Oktedi, our LNG plant site landowners here, and up the resource areas up in the upper islands. So you have a mix of shareholding representing our landowners. About 30% of the shares were then, of that parcel of shares were then acquired by local businesses in this country. Local business. We made it a condition of the sale that none of the shares would be sold to foreigners. So as a result, what you see, if you care to check the register of BSP, is that the largest shareholder in BSP is KCH, which ultimately owns MJL, followed by the MRDC group companies. They have become the second largest shareholders. And then down the line, you have our Nest Fund and all the others, also including MJL. And Mr. Speaker, I also want to inform Parliament that there is another 4% shareholding held by MJL, which was then pledged by MJL to borrow shares from Nest Fund under an equity monetization contract that was entered into before our time in 2018. So if you look at it, and if you look at it ultimately, even after the disposal of 3% shareholding in BSP by MJL, MJL will still be left with 7% ultimately after the conclusion of those court cases involving MJL, NEFMAN, and KCH. So all in all, Mr. Deputy Speaker, I want to conclude by saying that despite and contrary to what others are claiming to be, even to the, especially those uninitiated who don't even understand how stock market operations operate and why businesses own shares in companies like BSP, this decision was made to actually empower KCH to fund all the other projects. KCH still has a pipeline of project worth $1 billion which has to be spent, and we are not in the business of running to government again. We don't want to ask the government for funding again, and that is why that decision was made to sell the shares. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
Honorable Member, our question time has already elapsed, so I would not allow for your supplementary question. Honorable Members, our question time has elapsed. Leader of Government Business.
Deputy Speaker, I ask Leader of Parliament to move a motion without notice.
Leave granted. Granted. Leader of Government Business.
Deputy Speaker, I move that so much of the standing orders be suspended as would prevent orders of the day, numbers 95, 96, and 163, government business being called on forthwith.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Order of the day number 95, Organic Law on Certain Constitutional Office Holders Amendment Law 2024. Minister for Justice and Attorney General, second reading, first required opportunity for debate and first vote.
Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 22B, I commence the first required opportunity for debate.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker and members of this Honorable House, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the Organic Law on Certain Constitutional Office Holders Amendment Bill. To amend the Organic Law on Certain Constitutional Office Holders, which is the principal law. Mr. Speaker, this proposed amendment will increase the retired age and the compulsory retirement age for the public prosecutor, the public solicitor, the chief magistrate, the clerk of national parliament, and the auditor general from 55 years and 60 years, respectively, to 72 retirement age and 75 years compulsory retirement age. This is consistent with the policy decision by the government to standardize the retirement age and the compulsory retirement age of constitutional office holders to 72 years retirement age and 75 compulsory retirement age. This is consistent with the retirement age of other constitutional office holders, such as the chief ombudsman, judges, and ICAC commissioners. Mr. Speaker, similar to the other proposed amendments, I have and will be introducing to standardize the retirement age and the compulsory retirement age of constitutional office holders. This is an effort to address the depleting experience, skills, and the huge institutional knowledge gap that is found in most of our institutions today. Senior officials who still have adequate years to contribute to strengthening our institutions and contributing to service delivery are not able to do so due to them reaching retirement age. Further, the proposed amendment to increase the retirement age allows continuity and transfer of knowledge and skills to the younger generation of leaders. Mr. Speaker, with that, I commend the Guinea law on certain constitutional office holders amendment Act law to this honorable House. Thank you.
The question is that the question be put. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. The question is that the proposed law be now read the second time. Those in favor say aye. And those against say no. Ayes have it. Clerk.
Second reading, a proposed law to organic law, certain constitutional office holders and for related purposes.
Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I ask leave of Parliament to move the proposed law without amendments forthwith.
Is leave granted? Leave granted. Minister for Justice and Attorney General.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the proposed law without amendments to be agreed to.
The question is that the proposed law without amendment be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. And those against say no. Ayes have it. Honourable members, as this is the first vote of the Constitution, required that the vote must be recorded and that in order for the proposed law to pass, it must be supported by a two-thirds absolute majority of 79 members. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. Clerk, please ring the bell. Attendants, close the door. With or without amendment be agreed to. Those in favor, please stand. Those against, please stand. Honorable members, the result of the vote stands: those who say ayes 80 and noes 0. Honorable members, in accordance with Standing Order 222E, I now order the third reading, which is the second required opportunity for debate, and the second vote be adjourned to at least 2 months this day, as required by the Constitution. Clerk.
Order of the day number 96, Organic Law on National and Local Level Government Elections, Amendment Law 2024, Minister for Justice and Attorney General, second reading. First required opportunity for debate and first vote. First vote.
Mr. Speaker. Sorry.
I present the report Justice and Attorney General.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 222B, I now commence the first required opportunity for debate.
Make your speech.
Mr. Speaker and members of this Honorable House, it gives me great pleasure to introduce the Organic Law on National and Local Level Government Elections Amendment Law to amend the Organic Law on National and Local Level Government, which is the principal law or act. Mr. Speaker, this proposed amendment will increase the retirement age and the compulsory retirement age for the Electoral Commissioner from 55 years and 60 years respectively to 75 retirement age and 75 years compulsory retirement age. This is consistent with the policy decision by the government to standardize the retirement age and the compulsory retirement age of constitutional office holders to 72 years retirement age and 75 compulsory retirement age. This is consistent with the retirement age of the other constitutional office holders such as the Chief Ombudsman, Chief Justice, IK Commissioners. Mr. Speaker, similar to the other proposed amendments I have and will be introducing to standardize the retirement age and the compulsory retirement age of constitutional office holders. This is an effort to address the depleting experience, skills, and huge institutional knowledge gap that is found in most of our institutions today. Senior officials who still have the adequate years to contribute to strengthening our institutions and contributing to service delivery are not able to do so due to them reaching retirement age. Further, the proposed amendment to increase the retirement age allows continuity and the transfer of knowledge and skills to younger generation of leaders. Mr. Speaker, with that, I commend the Organic Law on National and Local Level Government Elections to this Honourable House.
The Honourable Member for Malek. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, to afford me the opportunity to debate on this important amendment. I'd like to acknowledge the Minister for Justice for bringing such an important amendment. Mr. Speaker, the amendment to increase the retirement age of constitutional office holders, including that of the Electoral Commissioner is a critical amendment, but it raises two threshold issues as a double-sided sword. On one side, a restriction of retirement at 65 to 50 or 60 years and 55. That law ensures that people that shouldn't have been appointed in the first place are forced to retire. On the second side of the law, it then also prohibits those who are qualified to hold that position and forcing them into retirement. So one such example that we have is a former Minister for Justice, Arnold Ahmed, who has been appointed by the government, Marape government, to become the ambassador to the U.S. And the issues of compulsory retirement age is an issue that's affecting eminent persons like Sir Arnold Ahmed. Mr. Speaker, I ask that in addition, if the Minister for Justice can bring also some other important amendments, like the appointment process for these important constitutional office holders. The current appointment relies on politicians, and given PNG's rating internationally for mismanagement, corruption, misuse funds, low development indicators, it's my opinion that we are the last people that should be appointing constitutional office holders to hold us accountable. So I've asked the good minister that he can also bring amendments to amend the appointments committee of these important constitutional holders, including eminent peoples like the Council of Churches, which we have now for the OC, Transparency International, perhaps someone nominated by the International Court or United Nations that can be added, and instead of politicians sitting on that committee, that the opposition could nominate eminent persons, the government could nominate eminent persons, and they could constitute that committee. And then clear guidelines are brought on the qualifications of those individuals to hold such important constitutional offices, especially elections. Under the current law, the Electoral Commissioner has total, absolute power to declare, not to declare. He has the power to appoint a RO, returning officer, who can declare or not to declare, to count boxes or not to count boxes. While there's provisions in our organic law that provide for an advisory committee, unfortunately, that advisory committee appears to be never to be acted and consulted, or even the advice that they provide is not binding on the Electoral Commissioner. So I ask that in addition to these amendments, the good minister and the government bring some more reforms, especially in the areas of appointing eminent, credible, accountable people, and to distance of those appointment processes from politicians. Thank you.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is that the proposed law be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Second reading, a proposed law to alter the organic law on national and local level government elections and for related purposes.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask the leave of this Parliament to move the proposed law without amendments.
Is leave granted? Leave granted, Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I moved that the proposed law without amendments be agreed to.
The question is that the proposed law without amendment be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, as this is the first vote, the Constitution requires that the vote must be recorded, and that in order for the proposed law to pass, it must be supported by a two-thirds absolute majority of 79 members. Honorable members, the Parliament will now vote. Clerk, please ring the bell.
What are we voting for? There were several bills that were read. I, for one, am not going to vote for the Electoral Commissioner to be maintained. So I want to know what I'm voting for. So can we have some clarification? President, don't wait me away. I'm asking on behalf of my people. What are we voting for? Dr. What exactly are we voting for? There have been several bills that have been brought here and we're now confused. One of them is saying about vote to talk about the plus or not the vote. Suppose I'm like saying to the Electoral Commissioner, me not a vote, me by talk about that. So I'm like someone. So Electoral Commissioner, we're going to have an election for 2017, 2022, 2012. Why am I not voting on Quebec? So talk about now.
There is no such thing as point of order because the vote is being taken. This la paper, circulating la member, finish you look him, you read him, minister will talk him. So I'm process flow. If you don't want to vote, you've got the right not to vote. You must have stage long. Voting ain't not at point of order not this flag. Huh? Mr. The Parliament will now vote. The question is that the proposed law without amendments we now agree to. Those in favor, please stand. Honourable members, the results of the votes, the ayes 61 and the noes 11. Leader of Government Business.
Mr. Speaker, I move to rescind the paper to a later date. I think that the explanation to the paper is a good paper. It's for all constitutional holders. It's just that the example confused our members, and we'll bring back at a later date. Thank you.
The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk.
Order of the day number 163. Organic Law on Provincial Governments and Local Level Governments Amendment Law 2025. Minister for Provincial and Local Government Affairs, second reading, first vote, first required opportunity for debate and first vote from 31 July.
Minister for Provincial and Local Level Government Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with Standing Order 222B, I now commence the first required opportunity for debate.
Make your speech.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It is with greatest respect and profound sense of duty that I rise before this honorable House today to present the proposed amendments to Organic Law on Provincial Government and Local Level Government 1995. These changes reflect our government's ongoing commitment to transferring powers, strengthen governance, accountability, and service delivery mechanisms at sub-national levels. Mr. Speaker, these amendments also emanates from a series of provincial government conferences held over the last 2 years with strong recommendation for certain national functions to be delegated to provincial governments as part of greater decentralization of national powers and functions to sub-national level governments for effective service delivery and promoting self-reliance and greater autonomy. Justification for amendments to specific sections of Organic Law on Provincial Governments and Local Level Governments 1995. Mr. Speaker, Section 27 is amended by repealing subsection 1A and replacing it with the following. 1A, where city authority is established in an area under section 33B, an urban local level government that existed in the area ceased to exist and its powers and functions are subsumed into city authority. And subsection 4B is also repealed to allow the boundaries of local level government to be confined to one open electorate. Mr. Speaker, a new section 33B is intended to provide for enabling provisions in Organic Law on Provincial Governments and Local Level Governments for enhancement of city authorities legislation, enactment rather, city authorities legislation. Currently, there is no provision in Organic Law that allows for Parliament laws to create city authorities. There are challenges currently faced since the establishment of city authorities or cities like Leh, Mount Hagen, and Kokopo. Thus, this provision legally strengthened this establishment. Mr. Speaker, a new Section 33C is intended to get provincial governments and district development authorities to enter into service delivery partnership agreements to implement impact projects in the districts and to align and integrate district plans into provincial plans, making planning, budgeting, resource implementation, monitoring, and evaluation and reporting easier, thus ensuring visibility of impact projects and services that achieve value for money. Mr. Speaker, Section 34 is amended to clearly state in organic law that terms of local level governments is 5 years. An election to the local level government must be conducted 30 months after the conduct of national election to the national parliament. The 30 months time period is to allow PNG Electoral Commission to sort out any issues arising out of conduct of national elections. At the present 3 months period between national general elections and local level government election is not feasible, considering the strain on budget and manpower to conduct both elections. It will give ample time to properly prepare for LLG elections. Mr. Speaker, Section 73 is amended to give powers to Provincial Executive Council to appoint and revoke appointment of provincial administrators. This is one of the major shifts by Marape Rosso government to further empower the provincial governments through the decentralization agenda to make ownership of their issues and development challenges. This will be done in accordance with recommendations from Public Service Commission to ensure merit-based appointments are done. Mr. Speaker, Part Roman 4 of the organic law is amended in Division 3 by adding subdivision DA in capital that provides for unconditional service improvement program funding to provincial governments, DDAs, city authorities, LLGs, and wards in every financial year to address their priority needs. Service Improvement Program, or SIP, to provincial governments, DDAs, LLGs, and wards will be mandatory by law and will be given through budgetary appropriation regardless of which side of the House MP sits. Mr. Speaker, further under this funding arrangement, the national government will allocate a minimum of 20 million to each provincial governments, 10 million to each district, which is the current practice. Further, 250,000 to each LLGs and 30,000 to each wards in the country. And this funding is allocated irrespective of political affiliation of elected representatives. All the amounts stated are minimal as country's cash flow increases or any increases NEC decides, then the amount can increase. This is one of the most important provisions included to fairly distribute the wealth of the country to every province, district, cities, LLGs, and wards. Mr. Speaker, Section 98 is amended to allow for percentage of development levies under Section 98 to be given to DDAs in which natural resource projects are developed. This percentage is to be determined at the Development Forum. Mr. Speaker, local level government is a legal entity that participates at Development Forum when natural resource is developed in the district. DDA being implementing agents of LLG must be given percentage of levies to implement LLG policies and projects. This can be achieved by memorandum of agreement or memorandum of understanding during the development forum. Mr. Speaker, the new subsection 2 is the enabling provisions that allow for DDAs to get certain percentage of levies, and details should be captured in MOA or MOU. Mr. Speaker, Section 119 is amended to strengthen ministers' role in ensuring compliance in the submissions of annual performance report by provincial government and local level governments. More powers and functions will now be decentralized to provincial governments. The accountability and performance of these functions must be strengthened at sub-national levels. Mr. Speaker, this amendment represents a vital step towards strengthening our legislative framework on decentralization and responding to evolving needs of our people. In essence, amendments to organic law will, beside others, will ensure that wealth and resources of the nation is fairly and equally distributed to our provinces, districts, cities, LLGs, and wards in the country by ensuring that unconditional grants for service improvement programs are mandatory by law and given to our provinces, districts, LLGs, wards, regardless of where our elected representatives sit on this floor of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, finally, I must also make it quite clear that these amendments are done with good intention and in the interest of our nation. And so may I now respectfully ask the consideration of all the members of this Parliament to support these amendments. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Governor Forestry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I stand on behalf of the people of ECPIC, and I think all peoples who feel marginalized in the country. And I stand to thank the Minister and to support him. In my almost 8 years in Parliament, Mr. Speaker, I have been urging two different governments to empower local government so that that empowerment can lead to perhaps transformational communities so that our country can move forward. Let me also acknowledge some of our founding fathers who are seated in the Speaker's Gallery, and particularly my good friend Warren Dutton. It's good to see you, sir. It's been a while. And to also say that I think many of our past leaders have sought similar amendments in the arrangements between national and subnational government so that we can get better outcomes, Mr. Speaker. One of the issues that I find is still lacking and will need some more work, and before I say that, I wish to also place on record that this is perhaps the most substantial amendment to the 1995 law since it was created. So let me just, again, further acknowledge the work of Minister Soroy and, to put on record the gratitude of the people of ECP. Because I think changes such as this, even though we need greater changes to help us move forward, I think this takes us one step of the way forward rather than going back all the time. There is still a need, Mr. Speaker, for some kind of an equalization grant. And I say this because there is a tendency in government to fund the mechanisms, not so much to take into account the size of some of our electorates. And particularly, North Fly is 21,800 square kilometers. Middle Fly is 44,000 square kilometers. We have provinces that are smaller than some of these districts. South Fly is 31,800 kilometers square. The biggest in ECPIC is Angoram, 17,000 square kilometers. I place on record that Angoram is bigger than the autonomous region of Bougainville. It is bigger than New Ireland. It is bigger than Manus. It is bigger than Enga. It is bigger than Southern Highlands. It is bigger than Jiwaka. It is bigger than Western Highlands. Some of these districts are huge, Mr. Speaker. Hela as well. It's bigger than Hela. So these 4 districts I have mentioned, Mr. Speaker, they have the greatest opportunity for growth in our country because of their sheer size. But North Fly, Angoram, Middle Fly, and South Fly receive less money, and with great respect, I'm just using it as an example, than, say, Mosby South.
Yeah.
And I'm just picking, no offense. No offense. And even Mosby Northwest. They receive more money for development than these 4 districts that I have singled out as an example. Now, Mr. Speaker, one of the comments, and I say that again respectfully, Prime Minister, the Prime Minister always says, those of the provinces that can make enough money, we will consider you for autonomy. I want to change the thinking of government and suggest that perhaps you should help those provinces to make more money so they can ask for autonomy.
By way of this policy.
The country can only be strong if the provinces are strong.
Yeah.
And I want to place on record my great excitement and my commendations to the leaders of Papua for the declarations that you made yesterday. It is about time some of our people recognize the importance of autonomy. Autonomy does not necessarily mean independence. It means that you give the different ethnic groups their opportunity for development on their own terms. This country cannot develop if we continue to try to manage it from the center. It hasn't worked in 50 years. If it has, we wouldn't be having these conversations, Mr. Speaker. So I commend the minister, I commend the government for relenting, and I ask for a change of thinking from the cabinet. Support all of us so that the provinces can become strong to support the national government, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday I met with a group of investors from China, and today they are flying to UAC to invest in the Nunguaya Bongos area of my province, which is some of our most remote. It is a struggle to convince investors to invest simply because we don't have the ability. And I note some of the concerns raised by our senior leader and the member for Abao in relation to the projects that he wanted to do in his area. We lack the capability to support these people. The group that is on its way to Nunguaya Bongos between Wasara and Ambunti Drekikia, they intend to invest $500 million, Mr. Speaker. I have another investor that wishes to put in about $10 billion, and I'm working with the good minister for planning, the Honorable Ahmed Pala, to try to bring that to fruition. Again, this is in response to the government's direct challenge for provinces to raise your own revenue. Mr. Speaker, I note our former leaders and our founding fathers, some of whom are sitting in the gallery today. They spoke here on similar matters, and now, 50 years later, you have another leader and other leaders who are concerned about the same issues. How is our country going to look 50 years from now if we do not take these brave steps to bring in the changes that our people need? We've got to strengthen provincial governments. We've got to strengthen national governments. so that when leaders like those who are in the gallery leave, when leaders like myself leave, Mr. Speaker, when the voices that are here raising these important issues leave, who else gets to drive the country forward with these important considerations? Lastly, I want to just say to the good minister the challenges that I see. One of the challenges I see with the locking in of funding to districts, to LAGs and to wards is a concern that I raised last week in relation to 500 new wards being created in certain parts of the country, and the good Prime Minister gave an undertaking that he would bring to the floor where those wards are being created. My fear is this: when we create new districts, when we create new LLGs, and when we create new wards, it's simply to get more money or to get more members of parliament. And this is the fear. We need to understand the methodology, and there needs to be a more robust process, Mr. Speaker. When I became governor of ECPIC, the ECPIC province had 28 local level governments, and it had 667 wards, and that was from the time of Somare. Today, as I stand here, ECPIC still has 28 local level governments, and it still has 667 wards. There's been no increase, Mr. Speaker. And even though we are in the process of trying to split some of our LLGs because they are too big, we have not endeavored to create new wards. So as, and on behalf of the people of ECPIC, I am wondering, what is the rationale for other provinces creating new districts, creating new LLGs, and creating particularly 500 new wards? And now that all of this comes with constitutionally guaranteed funding, my fear is that they will be pushed for more wards. They will be pushed for more LLGs. Why? Because they come with more money. So I would urge, through you, Mr. Speaker, the good minister, to build in safeguards so that we don't get new wards and new LLGs created just because we get to get more money and just because it might affect the outcome of a district election. We need to be very careful because some people have been able to outsmart government systems. So by creating new wards, they give themselves more voters. So it is a danger that I wanted to flag because based on my own experience sitting as chair of the Special Committee on Elections, these are some of our findings. That some people have figured out how to create new wards to get more votes. So I urge the government to be cautionary and to build in safeguards. We cannot skew things so that they suit our individual desires and our individual ambitions. Mr. Speaker, with that, I commend the bill, I thank the minister, and I give you my full support. Thank you.
The Honourable Governor for Northern Province.
I also wish to just add a few comments in regards to this bill and commend the minister. He has been a very active minister for this particular ministry since he has taken office. We all agree with this. He has been engaging with governors and has taken our agendas and transformed them into realities, including this bill that he has brought here. I also wish to commend the Provincial government, of which I am a part of. When we took office in 2019, all of us, including some of my colleagues on that side, were very supportive because the good Prime Minister insisted that the provincial governments would be an area of concern for him, and he would ensure that provincial governments are strengthened and become more relevant. But good Prime Minister, whilst this is happening from the perspective of the Department of Provincial level and local level governments, some other ministries are not taking this agenda on board, and I would like you to
spend time with them to encourage them to do so. And I'll elaborate as I go along in my few comments that I wish to make here. But first and foremost, I think that it's an opportune time for us, now that we're approaching the 50 years mark, to review the 95 reforms that took place some 30 years ago and what impact it has had on our nation, good and bad. I think largely bad, some good. This decision to fix something that wasn't broken has caused a lot of problems for many provinces. And all you have to do is drive around anywhere in Papua New Guinea to any district or station, and you see the dilapidated states of these districts and stations, and they all started to decline after the reforms. And then they encouraged urban drift. Everyone left these stations and districts and migrated to the urban centers, placing huge burdens on very limited infrastructure and services, and then causing the ethnic unrest of which we are discussing on front page newspapers and seeing. Our people are looking for opportunities, and they had these opportunities in their districts and their stations prior to 95. What happened? What happened with these reforms that led to this significant nationwide urban drift trend, which we are all witnessing? So I would say that this government, perhaps through this particular ministry, needs to carry out this review of these reforms, find out what worked, what didn't work. And if we have to revert back to some systems that were working, then why not? Why not? I, for one, think that perhaps governors should return to their provinces and be premiers, run their provinces. And then we should have perhaps regional representatives representing those provinces and form a bicameral house. And those regional representatives can, besides representing their regions or their provinces, can also perform the duties of running parliamentary committees, which are very important and need the attention, permanent attention, of members of parliament. These are discussions we have to have going forward the next 50 years. What's the next 50 years going to look like? And as for some of the points I noted in here, funding for LLG, I think this is a great step in the right direction. There was funding for LLG, it was taken away, it was brought back. I think we should leave funding for LLG alone. Let it be permanent funding for the LLG. But put in place mechanisms so that they report and they acquit their funds. They have to be educated sufficiently so that they know what they're supposed to be doing. I want to also propose that we consider national government focusing on developing standards and policies, monitoring provinces, seeing how they perform in the maintaining of these standards and the implementation of these policies at the provincial government level. Rather than Waigani running to provinces and districts, carrying out its activities often without the knowledge of the districts or provinces. And I want the good Minister for Mining to take note, the good Minister for Petroleum to take note. These are the two areas which this seems to happen all the time, where you have wardens' hearings being conducted without the knowledge of the district or the province. All by going to kisim samla kain mumut na. Big dog na talk also more conducting wardens' hearing ya. Next minute I'll give license na permit lo here na mipla lo province, mipla no sabe. District tu no sabe. Ay. No landowner all talk landowner man, em sa round no backside lo Borogo post office, I'm no landowner true. Mats go come lo Waigani one time Manila folder na karam kain can proposal lo kon na. Em talk em landowner na yubla hurry up through na maki mem. Na in a long time one kind agreement, one kind contract they come up na online lo papa grand through lo place all no sabe. All karab lugo dia, ay one mining company come up now all the who said tell him you come. No, me black sim permit lo. Waigani nam black come. Warden cheering me pla olim lo here. Look at one lo warden cheering come up. Me black sim all mumut na all magani nam bot me black to keep miki warden cheering. This black kind passing na stop. And you can transfer these responsibilities back to the provinces. We know who our landowners are. We can carry out these social mapping exercises at the district level, at the provincial level, involve the district member, involve the provincial government. They must be involved in these negotiations. They're our resources after all. So we should have a say about our resources. Gas, gold, nickel, cobalt, whatever it is. So I think we should focus on making this a reality going forward into the next 50 years so that we can all participate in the economic development of our nation. I want to just make a comment here about GST. Right now, GST is carved out in such a way that I believe the percentage is 60-40. 60-40. And that's not even a real agreement. There's no law that says that we should be given 40%, 60%, and national government should. You need to go and review these laws and these policies. That's not even real. And it's unfair to small provinces. It is. I would pledge, or I would propose, that 100% be given to the small provinces, the small economies. A bulk of the GST returns are collected in Leh and Port Moresby. Because most of these companies that are operating in this country are headquartered there. Very little is actually making it to the provinces. Allow the provinces to collect their own taxes. And those taxes can then make it back to the districts and stations and fund their upkeep, fund their water and power and law and order. Right now, there's no funds going to the districts and stations. That's why all the man will come to town here, come to city here, all come like Chim settlement. Still in the ground government or still in Pinas now, or still in ground, the proper ground too. So my proposal is that must look 100% GST must go to legal provinces. Blomi am number one on top me talk. So my idea. Now some legal province where you can give him also responsibilities, also power, wara, so that all can collect him revenue blow yet, look out him all yet, give him back law. Give him back law. But you manage him standard and policies law yellow, Waigani. Let me like to thank you through law, minister law, accept him proposal blah also Kokora by come up one town, no longer station. So on behalf of me na good member of Lomilo Sohe, if I talk big, thank you through the government. We intend to build Kokora station into a township, a tourism town. It is one of the largest tourist destinations in PNG, and we have been doing that. We've sealed all the roads. We're bringing water and power back. Instead of going to Cairns, some of you can fly to Kokora. It's only 20 minutes. And some of you who need to walk should walk the trail to Kokora and spend some time there. Okay, and go back to your size 32 trousers instead of the size 48 trousers. Now you walk wear it. And through, huh? You talk like help, please. So some thinking, Now, one advice me like him, fellow governors, me realizing what you can create in what they call bureaus for your provincial government, and we've done that. And we created the Bureau of Environment and Conservation. And in fact, when we brought it to DPLG, they were quite shocked. They said, no, you can't do this. Then they took it to the Attorney General's office and they cleared it and said, no, you can. Whereby we can now manage what activities are undertaken in our province insofar as the environment and conservation of our natural resources are concerned. And this is to complement the 90 million kina project up in Managlas, the largest environmental conservation project in the country that we are fortunate to host. We now want to go towards creating the Minerals and Energy Bureau so that we can have greater oversight over what is happening in our province and district insofar as minerals and energy is concerned. Yes, we're a poor province, but we're the largest nickel cobalt holdings in the world, and we will be having a say as to what happens to the development of those resources on behalf of our people, as well as what's going to happen offshore in Buna with our oil and gas. We're looking forward to that. Right now, we are just paupers. We watch and we say our time will come. But we're also putting in place the instruments and the mechanics to ensure that we control the development of our resources, and therefore we are able to structure our future, not just be mere spectators. Thank you through Marlborough House of Government. Prime Minister, you have kept your word, and I will continue to hold you to account from time to time about this, that the provincial governments must be strengthened. And finally, I want to say something in regards to a recent research that's been carried out by an organization called the Constitutional Law Reform Commission. Chairman is here. He's a great guy. He's doing great work. But, Chairman, you need to watch what your guys are doing. They went and carried out a survey, for instance, a very confusing survey. And in this survey, they consulted all the 4 regions, and they asked them about the different tiers of government as to whether they wanted to keep the current provincial government system or do away with it. Most, about 90 to 80% of the regions, all the regions, unilaterally voted 80% to retain the provincial government system. But your organization came out and made a recommendation that the provincial government system should be done away with. How did this happen? Chairman, I insist you go and you ask your technocrats. Only one can walk here. What's the purpose of conducting a survey if you're not going to listen to the results? Thank you.
Honourable Member Blumenang.
Speaker. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like the opportunity to contribute to today's debate on these important amendments. First, I'd just like to add some remarks to my colleague, Governor for East Sepik, concerning Angram. He is correct that Angram is 17,000 square kilometers. However, its population is only 98,000. So while we talk about the size of an LLG in a district as it relates to provincial and local level government, we don't provide service to tree and mountain. We provide services to people. So one important factor that needs to be considered, not only the size of an electorate, but its population and where that population is residing. Some electorates are large, but everyone resides in one corner. So while Western Province, North Fly, before the amendments or new electorate was 44,000 square kilometers, but its population is only within the 60 to 70,000. In comparison, Goroka, total size of Goroka electorate is only 300 kilometers, not 1,000, 300, but its population is over 100,000. So I note the amendments raise the issue concerning local level governments, in principle where they would apply within an electorate. Now that's important, and I commend the Minister for bringing this amendment. However, I noted that the recent amendments to these new electorates, some of them left out an entire LLG. We have sections in our country that don't even exist in an LLG or district. We must be the only country in the world where we left out sections of our country under these new reforms. We have new electorates where they operate in different electorates. For example, the Motokotabu electorate, where it is spread over Mosby West, East, and South. And this government created a new electorate where they are in 3 different electorates. But when they did the boundary, they only put it in 1 electorate. What kind of amendments are these? If we're going to talk about amendments, then we need to start following the law. And I looked into that report, which I had, for record, opposed in NEC, that they didn't even follow the constitutional process to bring in these new amendments, which is a requirement to display the maps. And because no maps were displayed, they just made up boundaries and left out parts of our own country. So I asked the good minister responsible provincial local level governments, before some of us bring our own court case to have these amendments thrown out, to make corrections. Other amendments concerning city authorities, determination of service function responsibility. I commend the minister, but there are many roles and responsibilities under the existing DDA that need to be addressed. For instance, it provides that the minister will determine service delivery. I went to a leadership tribunal, and the question was, well, did the minister declare what service delivery? No. And when we checked with the department, there was no declaration done. So we are left guessing, well, what's the function? Another issue concerning LLGs and DDAs, it states that allowances for members of DDA shall be determined by SRC and shall be no more than the allowance set by Provincial Assembly. So when I inquired how much is Provincial Assembly, no one seems to know because they are all different versions. And recently I understand there was a SRC determination to pay an acting chairman 50% of a member's pay. When you are LLG and you appointed acting chairman of a DDA, all DDA members, even members of parliament, we only get, well, my district only gets 200 kina. I don't know how a LLG president is going to get 50% of a salary of a member of parliament. He is not a member of parliament. So why would he be entitled to 50% of our pay? He doesn't go to the electorate. He's an LLG president. Now the duration correction concerning LLG elections, this is long overdue. So the law, current law states that LLG elections shall either be concurrent with the current national election or no more than 3 months after the issue of writ, which means if the elections are returned in August, no later than January. Now we are making it midterm elections, which is good because the last 2 LLG elections were made history under these 50 years that we don't even follow the law. We have been breaking the law, and LLG presidents have been serving 7 to 8 years only in PNG. So this will make it legal, but the question is, will we even declare elections on the correct date that we are supposed to declare? Okay, moving on to other amendments proposed. While I acknowledge that the ministers brought in constitutional amendments guaranteeing the SIP, when we pass an appropriations bill, it is already a law, it is already guaranteed. That's not the problem. The problem is actually paying the money. Now, if we are getting cash flow problem now, and we are not receiving our full DSIP, and we go close to 5 months, 4 months now, and some districts have only received 2 million or 1 million or 3 million, then what's the point of putting it in the law when you're not even following the law? And then we'll talk, sorry, no got money. So now, when you don't pay and you say no money, then you breach the Constitution. So who do we hold accountable for not complying with the Constitution? So I wish to bring that to the attention of the minister. It's good to put it in the law. Law and paper, nothing, until someone enforced the paper. Then law, it got meaning. The issue concerning appointments of provincial administrators. Now, this is a controversial issue because sometimes you get a good provincial governor and sometimes you don't. So when you get a good provincial governor and NEC appoints a good PA, no problem. The problem is sometimes you get a good governor and not so good ministers supporting a good PA that would work with him. And then you have cases where you have a bad governor. Well, under these amendments, a bad governor will appoint his own PA. Therefore, he controls the entire province, and which will affect every district, because the PA appoints your DA, and he controls under the law every public servant and control him. So that's my concerns regarding this. We have to factor. You want to change the law, you got good plan and no good. So if we have a problematic provincial government, because the PEC, governor, want him LLG president, plant him on the place. So therefore, governor has full control. Whatever he says, will pass it to us on the working decision. Now, if it's a good governor, he will appoint a good PA. We know that issue. My problem is when it's not a good governor, and how it will affect all us, all district members, and DDA blaming. On the issue concerning ward reports, I think I'm long for debate in so. That's all. Thank you through, and I commend the bill.
Honorable Governor Long, Southern Highlands.
Finish. Me like also contribute long this law or legislation. Me like debate long end. Pass them through. Me like commend him government and the minister for this very important legislation that is required for the country. Now you kiss him come long. Parliament. Although there is a lot more to bring in terms of fixing governance and service delivery. Me like son up long marking people and I commend you on the
legislation before us. Firstly, me commending government that me go through the 50 years, he got reset. 50-year reset, the court restructure, you may work in pennies. Land restructure, you may talk to pennies. Mining and petroleum production sharing, we are looking at. Public service rationalization, reorganization. Foreign affairs, now another important agenda block government where you may give him look survey how far you may come and where we are going on the basis of our current circumstances. You may stop long end. Mean like talks over long you may now people from Papua New Guinea or 50 years. How have we traveled in this service delivery dynamics challenge? We've been talking about it time in, time out. It's one of big challenge facing governments after governments and leaders after leaders inside the country. I think on the basis of this meal, talk long, how is the structure of government from central to sub-national government go along DDA and go along one community set up structurally? Now, administrative realignment, have we done this correctly over the last 50 years to bring about service delivery? And following this structural organization, administrative realignment, have we linked legislations connecting it to make service delivery an effective and efficient service delivery? That's the question. So the functions of government, you look in, the Department of Personal Management, the Department of Intergovernment Relations, only got this booklet, all talk, funding, following functions. That talks about education, for example. What functions of education will national government take charge? Provincial government take charge. Now DDA, now local level government take charge. It's very clear there. One kind long health, one kind long DPI, village courts and land mediation and other functions, including NBC, all the functions of government, it's clearly articulated. And then you look in these functions, following funding. Funding is following functions to the different levels of government. And if we do this correctly, service delivery will be effective, efficient, and the way we are looking at it. Right now, we're looking at plenty congestion, convolution, and a lot of something I'm going through long end. We are disintegrating service delivery. Why me talk? Member Blovi long 11 LLGM 2 take charge law secondary school and high school long plus Plumisha middle of class law slab. We should demarcate these functions properly so that we know exactly what we are supposed to do, and funding through the national government grants follows these functions. I think we need to look at it in a very big way on this plan. Before me also comment long some sections of the proposed law start long end. One area where me looking when me get big abuse long end. Me like him minister look law this law. Section 27 long. Word creation law 11 LLG, it's big in my view, I mean, it's an abused area. Government must take proper control on this kind word proclamation. And in it law, what one them LLG by current display come along respective LLG, get the approval there at the LLG level. And where the DDA comes in, I don't know. And you current come to provincial assembly, MIPLA approve him, sampla, so a shortcut come along into government department or provincial affairs and then go to NEC for proclamation. I think LLG too one time, so you may need to take some control and scrutinize in this process good. Because we may get to the stage where there's so many words and so many LLGs created without considering the process properly. Not long development planning. We think was in one district.
mol implementation arm long district, long province na national. We not think also district should become separate functional government authority because it will disintegrate governance and service delivery. So I think underneath long this law, legislation where Minister Ikaram come, you may need to deal with them this law concept and try to unify country's service delivery with the structures we have. Otherwise, we might disintegrate service delivery and lead to fragmentation. Something me looking long and inside long this law legislation, me like commending Minister the appointment of provincial administrators by the PEC and Assembly and one good law. Stop inside long law na me one bell na support lo this law. Me comment finish long creation of wards and LLGs. I think there's a bit of abuse in there. Me recommend also you may try and put some scrutiny measures in this process. And me also like comment long this was section 98, you get all not the development levies stop. Oil and gas, me plus have kisim 2% wellhead, but the law prescribes other levies that is applicable. So Minister and Department Longan can look inside the display. But generally, me like commend the Minister, me like emphasize on these funding following functions. All the functions of government are there. If you can demarcate this, put the funding through the different levels of government, I think we should institutionalize service delivery and it will become an effective service delivery in the country. But so far, with the legislation and the amendments that is coming through, me commend him and me support him, this legislation.
The Honourable Member for Hearing Inquiry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to join in this debate this morning. Before I do, I want to acknowledge, this afternoon, thank you, Honourable Member for Apau. I want to acknowledge the presence of the students, 90 students from the Quarry Park Adventist Secondary School in the gallery today. So welcome, students, and thank you for attending this important gathering of the leaders of the nation. Mr. Speaker, I must, through you, thank the Honourable Minister for Provincial and Local Governments, the Honourable Soroy Marepo Eoe. It is important I mention his name. I want to thank him for a number of reasons. And these reasons are embedded in his speech, and I will wish to address the relevant provisions, or a number of the provisions that have been brought forward for amendment. Section 33B is intended to provide for an enabling provision of the organic law for the enactment of city authorities legislation. It is an enabling provision to create city authorities. And the city authorities legislation is very relevant to the district of Hiri Koyari. Why? Because the city of Port Moresby has reached its progression and growth and expansion. So while we are a rural and urban mixed district, Hiri Koyari provides itself as sits out as an area that must be contemplated and envisioned for city growth. So city authority in the Hiri LLG, for instance, and the Koyari and Vanapa Brown area are a natural growth area, growth center for the city and the people of Papua New Guinea. And it will become the next city, biggest city in the country. And so as not to be reactive, we have to be proactive as to the future of the growth of this country. I commend the Minister for having this long-term vision to provide the ambit and the ability for growth to happen. Section 33B and the new version of the organic law creates that enabling ability to create city authorities. And I hope Hirikwari is contemplated for that slate. The details of which we can deal with at a later point. I recommend the good minister in this regard. Now, Part 4 of the organic law is amended in Division 3 by adding subdivision DA that provides for unconditional service improvement programs and constitutionalized these grants. There is a positive and a negative to this. The positive aspect is that it guarantees these grants to come straight to the members of parliament or and the districts or the provinces that we are responsible for. The risk, of course, is that we heard only last week that about 500 wards are being created. Did I miss something, or did we just miss something somewhere? It seems, and therefore, as the good governor for East Sepik has highlighted in his debate, which is an undertaking by the Prime Minister to make disclosure of those 500 wards and where these wards are being created and which provinces, because there are certain catchment areas in my district, for instance, heavily populated, and yet only one councillor to look after this as a ward. If, let's say, for argument's sake, this councillor was granted 30,000 kina in the LLG ward and 250,000 for the LLG, what that effectively means for the ward is that it only has 30,000 kina guaranteed to the councillor over 10,000 people he or she is responsible for. To what and how he will implement or disperse these funds is now becoming a concern. Or is it the case that wards are being created en masse to align themselves for these sort of benefits? Food for thought only. Well, while I say that, perhaps it might be prudent also to prescribe the standards for creation of wards then. What is the process? Perhaps that is something we could think about. We need to standardize the creation of wards, and at what point should a ward be split for a new ward to be created, and consequently, eventually, when should a district be split for a new district to be created, for instance? We need to standardize these prescriptions so that we are fair in this country. We are setting international standards and we are meeting international global standards of governance. Then my next point on Section 98 is one where many of our colleagues in this House are dancing up and down in spirit and in heart today. I am one of those people. Minister, through the Speaker, thank you very, very much for bringing this amendment to the people of Papua New Guinea. One that has been long outstanding, one that has been vigorously debated in this Parliament and has been negotiated aggressively in many corridors. Today sees a great light to the people of, in my case, for the people of Hirikwari, so that we do not have to negotiate and aggressively debate with our provincial governors on development levies, for instance. We are also enabled through this amendment to be privy at the negotiating table for future projects in resource development. Example, for the Papua LNG Total's development that is envisaged for this country, at least the district members of parliament are allowed to sit at the table to negotiate and to provide guidance and leadership, to contemplate future risks, to understand the packages that should be cascading not only to the district, but also provide guidance and support to the landowners who are present in those discussions. Very complex, sophisticated discussions many times. A lot of times these negotiating items are thrown around the room, and our not so sophisticated, complex landowners are sitting there watching these discussions go by, and more often than not, to their own detriment. And after the event, we come to the floor and make noise. We should be looking at signals, not noise. Too many times we are making noise, and nothing good comes of these noises. So, Minister, thank you so very, very much on behalf of my people of Electoral and on behalf of those districts who are unable to speak, members who are not unable to share today because of the limitations of time, I say thank you. This has been long outstanding. And you're a fantastic, aggressive, progressive minister, and we stand ready to support you in these areas of great concern. Now, finally, Mr. Speaker, yesterday we were blessed with the presence of the Prime Minister of New Zealand. And this morning we had some discussions on benefit sharing of certain resource projects in this country. Mr. Speaker, we also heard in reply to the Prime Minister's address from the mouth of our Honourable Prime Minister of Papua New Guinea, Honourable James Marape, that in September we are looking forward to receiving the General Secretary for the United Nations addressing this House. These are very, very important events that are going to take place on the 50th anniversary of our country's birth. Why I say this is important, Mr. Speaker, is this. While we talk about reforms such as these critical resource reforms and organic law restructuring and creating greater governance, I believe, Mr. Speaker, respectfully, we must also be mindful of the standards that we are setting, that the standards we must aspire to achieve. You see, many times we are falling short because our standards we create our own standards. And we are lowering many of these standards. Mr. Speaker, one such standard that we should be looking to, I believe, is on landowner rights and privileges of the indigenous people of this country. I want to set the tone and allow thinking around this visit of the General Secretary of the United Nations in September. Because the question then begs, what are we going to deliver in terms of standards? What standards are we providing for the tribal people, indigenous people of this country, who are landowners all over this country, sitting on 97% of the real estate of this country? I did not have an opportunity to ask the question without notice, but I will share the thoughts with another member to share at a later date, or I can share it later. But bearing in mind, the ILO, International Labour Organization, Convention 169 is one that has not been ratified by this country or this parliament. This is talking about standards. When we talk about land reform, we talk about standards on governance. We must set our standards very high. We're not set our own standards, but standards that are globally accepted. Globally accepted, and we are ticking boxes for financiers of the world. For financiers who come and participate or provide interventions into our budgetary processes, into our budget, into 2026, 2027, and so on. We have to be mindful of the, let's say, for instance, World Bank's environmental and social framework standards. These standards are critical to financial interventions and to budgetary interventions from multilaterals, for instance. So these are standards I'm talking about. So if we have talking about standards, when even creation of wards must be set to a standard, high standard. We're talking about benefit distribution and landowner equity and distribution of and free prior informed consent, then we must set those standards and we must conform to those standards. Lest I deviate and digress too far from the core of the debate this morning, Honourable, through the Speaker, I want to thank once again the good Minister for sponsoring these very vigorous amendments to the Organic Law and Provincial Local Government, and thank the Marape government for bringing forward these amendments at this juncture. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Member Blabao.
Thank you, Speaker. I'll be very, very short because the speakers before me have really echoed many of the sentiments that I have held for a long time as Member of Parliament. And I want to also thank the Minister, who has done an extremely excellent job for listening to all the debates over the years and packaging it in this most important organic law, the organic law on provincial governments and local level governments, because it determines the quality of service delivery to our people. This is the law, this is the structure, the vehicle. So when we confuse the structure, then delivery is not available to the masses out there. So highly commend your effort, your departmental head, and everybody who was supporting you out there. I would want to recommend one thing with regards to the problem that we are facing right now, which you have highlighted in amendment to section 33C. And that is, how do we work at the provincial level and bring the DDA plans and implementation programs so that monitoring can be very efficient, rather than governor is doing his thing and DDAs are doing their thing. And as some of our former speakers have indicated, when there's a good governor, things are okay, but when the governor is not so good, then things are not okay. Maybe there is a solution, and I've been thinking about it and I want to share it in this debate. I think, in my view, not being a lawyer, I think in my view, open members of parliament attending provincial assembly meetings is unconstitutional. And also it's unfair too for us leaders. We are running around attending meetings, national parliament, provincial, DDA, etc. And so I think that question, Mr. Speaker, has to be seriously looked at. I believe it is not constitutional for open members of parliament to go and sit in a legislature, another level of legislature, which is a provincial assembly. And if that is true, in my view, and I hope the legal brain, the legal egos can look at it, if that is true, as in the case in my view, I don't think we should be sitting in the provincial assembly meetings. And therefore, in the name of my own belief that provincial government must remain, and under the current Prime Minister, Honorable James Marape, is making a commitment to support provincial government. And so I think there is a need for a provincial development authority. So governor and the open members, rather than sit in the assembly, because open members have the budget 10 million and governor has a provincial budget, we can actually sit in this development planning body, rather than become legislators here and run to the assembly and become legislators, which in my view is not legal. And so, and this is why the joint district planning budget, but some governors are invoking it, some are not. So I'm recommending that we legalize an establishment of an authority where provincial planning can be done, serviced by a secretariat. In the argument that the Papua governors and argued for a Papua region secretariat, development secretariat. I think that has to be looked at. If we can and build technical capacity in these areas, rather than focus on legislature, we focus on developing the province. And so we pull all our resources. And if for example, the Papua Region Secretariat is established, then we deploy experts in the Secretariat to do the planning, to do the designing, the technical component, resource negotiations. All those things have to be done. And so I don't think we should be sitting in the Provincial Assembly, but for me as an open member for ABA who has the DSIP, I would love to sit in a development program, budgeting and development, supported by a strong secretariat. So after we finish discussion with the governor and the open members in that forum, then the technical team runs with it. That's my view, and Minister, if you can look at it and see whether we can provide law for it. My second comment is on the, you are suggesting to give SIPs to wards, and you nominated 30,000 for wards and 250,000 for LLGs. Mr. Speaker, this is the second mistake we are doing. When we were arguing for DSIP, there was this discretionary fund less than 250,000. And then in our time, in the Somaliland government time, we were looking at building district treasuries. And so we came up out of the blue with a 10 million DSIP. So we are doing the same mistake again, plucking our figures from the sky. But I want to strongly recommend instructing the National Economic Fiscal Commission, the body that is already established, the body that should be working together with PLASMA. Previously was the National Monitoring Authority, which recommended standards to be developed for service delivery standards. And then the unit costing, different provinces. Maritime is different unit costing. Highlanders, different unit costing. And then we say, okay, for Samarai Mulwa, you don't get 10,000, 10 million, you get 20 million. Because you have to hire boats. That is a job that the National Economic Fiscal Commission has not done. And so, through you, Speaker, the Treasurer, please instruct the NEFC to do some work. We stop plucking figures from the sky. We made a mistake, 10 million. And now Prime Minister talking about 5 million infrastructure, 5 million kina for kina. That's again plucking figures of that thing. That's why we are again must be shout. Your electorate, I can go around it in half an hour. If you go to Abao, it will take you one whole day to go to the end of the Abao LNG. And so you're getting 10 million, I'm getting 10 million too. So, Mr. Speaker, I'm recommending, please don't bring figures plucked from the sky, but get some work done. There's a body established there so that they can tell us which province needs how much, which electorate needs how much. And then we need to then be truthful and, policy-based, evidence-based. We talk about it all the time. Where's the evidence about 10 million for Abao, 10 million for Goilala? You cannot compare it. It's wrong in my view. So my strong argument in this debate today, please don't pluck figures. Do some work so that we feed them into the budget. Our problem with the budget process is everybody is running to the Minister for Planning for their budget, their project. That has to stop. In the old days, we used to have a 2-year budget planning cycle. Major projects would be determined, properly investigated, done, fully costed. Once they are fully costed, they deserve a PIP number in the PIP budget. When they are not fully costed, they don't have a PIP number in the budget for the next year. So 2-year planning cycle on major projects has to come in. Rather than you are saying here, 20 million for provinces, 10 million for districts for major projects. I think it's ad hoc in my view. So let's do it right. Wake up that sleeping giant there, National Economic Fiscal Commission. It should be also, NEFC should also be assessing the national budget. When it goes to the budget committee in Parliament, the chairman should call on the National Economic Fiscal Commission. Come and assess it. Will the standards in health drop? Is this amount of medicine, 200 million in 2025 budget, is that enough? advisors will say that's not enough. We need 400 million in PNG for medical supplies, not 200 million. That is why when you go there, the doctor says, go and buy it in the pharmacy because our hospital pharmacy has no amoxicillin. Those standards are not followed. And so I strongly argue these figures, it's a very good intention, but I really believe that we need to get some more work to bring the real figures for each region, each province, each district, so that we can actually deliver up to the minimum standards. My last point is Section 34. I have advocated on this floor of Parliament, and I strongly recommend through you, Mr. Speaker, that the LLG elections should be transferred to the provincial government. No, get a provincial election manager, get a provincial election team, working with the electoral commissioner, like what we do with the autonomous region of Bougainville. Exactly the same thing. They got their own electoral commissioner there. They got their Bougainville electoral team there. Why don't we do that to each of the provinces and let the provinces to take over the LLG elections? No need for national people to worry about it. This is one area that we must transfer to them. And they need to make it happen. If they fail, then they'll be declared failed. They won't have no local level government. And so let's consider that. I think it's a way to go. It used to be done before, but when we allowed Waigani to grow, everything came back to Waigani. Same thing as my argument on provincial health authorities. It's now a national function. Everybody is reporting to the minister. Provincial health boards are corporate entities. They report to the minister. I know PA is a part of the board, but transfer this to the provincial government, like what you have done to the provincial administration.
We have a point of order, Honourable Member Blabal.
I don't know whether it's a point of order, but I thought he was the health minister that brought the PHA back to the national government.
It was Minister late Peter Bata, but I opposed it. As a technical advisor, I advised against it. That's why I'm still against it. Thank you, Prime Minister. My last recommendation is let us go back to provincial departments. Create provincial departments. I notice Member for Medan is concerned about good governance and bad governance, but there are ways to make things happen. And I am of the view that, and I've been advocating, look, we've had 22 years of autonomous experience in this country through Bougainville. Why are we scared? Why are we scared? Let's create departments for provinces. Provincial administrator become a departmental head. Give all the powers for them to run the department. Open members are there too, through the Provincial Development Authority. We all work together, support the governor and the PA. Let's not create these divisions, personal divisions at that level. When I made a statement at St. Julius's death here, I want to remind you, these prime ministers who chose to go back to governance, they know, they knew.
Are you seeking fulfillment for your life? Do you want freedom from fear? That's why we're here. Welcome to Jesus 101, introducing you to the real Jesus. And now, here's your host, Elizabeth Talbot.
Jesus 101, Saturday at 7 a.m. and Sunday at 7:30 a.m. Only on your number one to watch, EMTV.
Hello, I'm Johnson Ryder.
And I'm Alice Lolo here. Join us every week for The Pacific as our team of trusted journalists share unique stories from across this incredible region we call home.
Tune in to EMTV to stay connected with the latest from the places we love. The Pacific.
I'm Martha, and each week on Kai Time, we'll introduce you to local food businesses showcasing their delicious dishes. Plus, you will discover how to make tasty and affordable meals using ingredients from your local markets. Tune in to Kai Time every Wednesday at 7 p.m. right here on your number one to watch, EMTV.
This Thursday on Sports Scene, former NRL star Justin Olam in town for rugby workshops. Timothy Tuna prepares for athletics championships.
It's an honor to go and run at Tokyo.
And PNG Kickboxing Federation Stanley Nandex joins us in the studio. Sports Scene this Thursday at 7 p.m. on your number one to watch, EMTV.
From humble beginnings 30 years ago, Daytech is now the largest communications technology solutions and services provider in PNG. We have intensified our solution and service offering with sound business practices and a strong affiliation with some of the largest technology providers in the world. Daytech does not only strive towards supplying goods with total customer satisfaction, but we innovate and provide value-added services. Daytech, innovative solutions, valued services.
Hilton Port Moresby Hotel and Residence. Hilton Port Moresby Hotel and Residence. Your stay, your house, your home.
Levy law before law 1995. Now you go to Planty district, Mr. Speaker. All people blame me find him hard through. Lo lukim na kisim halbim. Lo primary industry, lo kiap, lo police, lo magistrate. So all bokem this law find him nogat. All he come up lo town blame me. This law now I'm even drift na kind something he come up lo town blame me because lo all money find him service nogat lo district. No he come up inside lo town. Prior law 1995, this law levy you mean affects him because all law stuff. All governor at the time, all call him all premier, all see now inside law district, law provinces, now working plenty something through, plenty development, law this last time. maybe looking lo time, Mr. Simbu, all provinces, na districts, na empower him all, Mr. Speaker, so that all two can be able to move forward. Mr. Speaker, one big plus something too, all working long him. Also meet a consultation. This all something. Consultation. And now government sit down long him, now you may stop, you may complain plenty law, amendments or something. But consultation, this all something, 1995 come up to now, mama's years. And 20-something years finish. Plenty blame me now talk to lo this layer. This time is stop long him, all not work him long him. Now me commend him straight. Me commend him, Honorable Soroy, lo bring him this something, all amendments come. So now this law complain or something, now he come up, place kilia, now he come, you me straight him now, lo flow blogger, parliament na house blame me. This law and priority blo me pla lo government. So me talk, thank you true lo this law. Mr. Speaker, one big plus something too, lo, you me mark him all administrator blame me. Mr. Speaker, mark him administrator and big pla work. Now he good pla, suppose all governor, all take charge, lo mark him all administrator. Because this old man but work close to one them all. This old man but power him all province long all. This old man all but work him all work but run efficiently. But you must go one step further, Mr. Speaker. Lo ensure him that time you may give him all administrator power, government too but give him more decentralization of provinces. That is what government wants to do. But must get more decentralization in law or district. So that usatem staff, district manager, administrator, or DOIC, he must get power, lo discipline him, or workman, public servant, make certain all assets for government or good law, make certain that the rule of law is running in the districts, make certain that all the functions and responsibility of government in a remote area in Papua New Guinea is carried out efficiently, no man look him eye blow government stuff. That is what government is doing by these amendments now sitting before the floor. Mr. Speaker, this law you may talk again, law, this law empower him, law block grant or something. Now you look into law here, and you may put him. You may give money, go all districts. So all district, he must get money. You may put in money, go all eligible, you may. So all LLG, all elected leaders too, Mr. Speaker, all two must all him money, law develop him, all up, LLG's blow. Mr. Speaker, on top of this slide too, you can look at myself now, I'm all marking 20 million, go all provincial governments. This is a start, Mr. Speaker. I'm go all ting blow governor too, na ting blow government that in future time, unpaused blow government, you go big player more, big player government, but you may give him more. You may must decentralize him more, so that all governor all can be able to run him all these provinces, long all efficiently. Now you can come back, lo waigani, lo try to run him all something. So me hama must rule this last straight, Mr. Speaker. Napla 2, Mr. Speaker. Law Section 98, amend him, allow him percentage for development levies. He got all districts where he got impact areas blow. So time he got all development, he got all extractive industries, all this like district. Districts too must participate. Districts, plenty of time you may look all districts, all not participate all this like by law, Mr. Speaker. And that is why plenty all man, he move again, law urban drift come to town, now all cities blue me. Now, you may put it go inside by law, embassy now so can consult or can participate, Mr. Speaker, so that can one you can work in all infrastructure development. Now, member responsible, now DDA responsible, now president's responsible can participate meaningfully inside all this district. Want them all people blow because time got heavy, Mr. Speaker. All months are on come member or start him heavy blow on. At time all this adjustment, you may work him now under law Section 98 and allow him percentage so that MIPLA can be able to participate in development projects inside the district blue you may 1-1. Mr. Speaker, this law amendment now me once again commend him, our good minister, for this long-awaited amendment. And the government will continue to work towards amending a lot more laws, fixing up a lot more red tape, clearing out a lot of backlog, clearing out a lot of bureaucratic red tape that keeps on being a stumbling block, Mr. Speaker, the development aspirations of Papua New Guinea. You know, Mr. Speaker, you know, but at least you may start. You may not sit down harem da so. You may harem talk blow governor. All talk lem, you may harem, you may move one time, you may walk one time. You may harem talk blow member blue me. Now you may bring all amendments come the floor, blow parliament. So thank you once again, Minister Soroy.
na mila to thank you the government caucus, then also our good opposition, lo Yumi Ogra Bung one time, lo and them work blame me, lo bring him a good amendments, all people blame he can sit down good, na clear him out of backlog, straight him good, or sample mistake lo before, time all work him lo 1995 reforms ya, na straight it good, so he can sit down na work, Bung one time go forward for the interest of our people. And then just let me to thank you through, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable Prime Minister.
Mr. Speaker, thank you long, giving look sour long, me long, try best long. Banisim all this blow, good blow, talk blow, Yumi Olketa, on this blow, wonderful proposal, Minister long, provincial, local level government, me Karim Kam long, Parliament law considering. Mr. Speaker, me like Pastor through talk, thank you long all the leaders of our country. You may give him space long Prime Minister of New Zealand. Me stop on Timmy Aste. Me lose him plus me one time good label. Me talk PNG give him top class hospitality. Not just in the address in our people's house, but also in the associated programs he was participating inside. So may kiss him this time long Maki Mouse slogan. Me talk thank you me long Speaker, all members of Parliament, and to the people of our country for giving him respect that he deserves as Prime Minister of his country, New Zealand. Mr. Speaker, you stopped the provincial government system before, but you clear along many of the impediments that we are faced with. I want to say that this reform is coming in the light of trying to unbundle impediments that we have carried in our system since the 1995 reform in our local level government and provincial government was ushered in. The intention may have been well at 1995, but the enabling legislations, the structure that carried us has become convoluted, has absorbed so many blockades in the system that the system has impediments, and these impediments don't deliver to our people. Mr. Speaker, as early as 2003 and 2004, the government and the Somali government realized that this needs to be worked upon. I was privileged to have served in a small but important government organ called the Public Sector Reform Management Unit. One of the key observations of that unit that was placed on the Prime Minister's department back then was to eliminate impediments in our government system that we built ourselves. Unknowingly, we created impediments in structure that should be delivering to our people. So that came into place, but unfortunately, like many of the recommendations from the bureaucracy that does come up, it just gets stifled and it's not progressed at the upper echelon of the government policy areas. So, Mr. Speaker, now finally this one has come right in the face of our 50th. Milak Tok also, the party that I lead and the ruling coalition government today, ruling coalition party, provincial government system is deeply part of the Pangu DNA. Deeply part of the Pangu DNA. Mr. Speaker, in 1975, the issue on unity of our country was debated. Lest we forget, Bougainville conversation on succession is not a 2001 construct. The conversation was there even before 1975. Lest we forget, one of the most effective run provincial government system, the East New Britain provincial government system, was disbanded by the reform in 1995. The conversation on self-government was run by the Matugan Association even before 1975. The conversation on Papuan Besana was running heavy leading up to 1975. Thank goodness, great Papuan leaders like Sir Ebia Olowale, Sir Mauri Kiki, Sir Dr. Ruben Tareka, Ola Rarua, Sir Cecil Ebel, Sir John Geis, to name a few, who stood tall to national unity than regional fragmentation. So the answer to national unity that embraces diversity, Mr. Speaker, was found in the creation of our provincial government systems. Our country, it must be known, as it is already known, we are the most diverse nation on the face of planet Earth. Over 800 languages, over 1,000 tribes. In the diversity we have, we find dispensation of services better in governments closest to the people who must tailor law and assist in service delivery closer to where the people are. 50 years later, this Pangu government, following in the sage of Pangu's past, one greater than me, and possibly greatest amongst us, Grand Chief Sir Michael Thomas Sumare, believed in decentralization, empowering leadership closest to the people, where the people are, because culture, we come from a decade of culture that is 1,000 years old. Culture, believe me, 1975 or so. You look at the Lapita poetry, predates 3,500 years. The New Guinea Islands to Solomon Islands to Vanuatu, the Polynesians down to Maori, 3,500 years, our people were seafarers. The toya we use today is a toya of old. In 1975 was old, the sudden dream to give one name, toya must come out toya, no God. It was a toya currency of old. The Kula traders in the Million Bay traded with toya. Of course, you got the Tubuan societies. The tabu was governed by toya. And the kina cell we have today, a gift we gave the New Zealand Prime Minister was a kina. I told him, kina was not better in 1975. How do you think the Merpas in the Central Highlands, or the Hoolies in the Southwest Highlands, or the Openers in the Northwest Highlands used the kina cell for the bride price and exchanges? It was moved from mountain to mountain from our compatriots in the lowlands. For us in the Hela and Southern Islands, we were fed from the import of cells from the Gulf of Papua. And so, my brothers, we are a society, we are a country of societies that were built over thousands of years. The concept, the notion of independence was introduced at 1975. Our society predates time. And the provincial government system embraces the notion of diversity we have. So I want to counsel all of us, Mr. Speaker, let no one open member amongst us feel that you are king, indispensable, and timeless. I've been in Parliament since 2007. The debate between open members and governors keep on raging on like a raging bull. This must not be. Open members, your lawmaking place is in the LLG. If the LLG, you supervise them, they make LLG. At the local setting, they make laws. Ask how many presidents since 1975 have utilized Section 44 powers in the organic law and provincial local government. How much law you make in Piris? Law belong Marit, law belong Giran, law belong Dinwante Posilman, law belong Moka. Section 44 powers have been isna. Governor Planto, you ask him yetna. Power you play Simon Nogat. Something wrong to give me, wrong with this plan. People are making power yet. Likewise, governors, Section 44, 42 power you got. Apaste me come to lawyer, Mr. Speaker. Alphabetical order finish name go. A, B, C go to Z. Naran go Z or 3 renewable alphabet to AA. I'm starting Section 42 for this organic law and provincial local government. Absolutely true. Meaning that the level of powers you have to make trade law is totally wide-ranging. You know, I asked Mr. Speaker, since 1995, how many provincial government has sat down well to embrace the power you have? We've been sitting and talking about resource without fully trying to make, and I don't blame governors of past, I don't blame today's governor. I think the structure of law that carries the shell we have called provincial government and national government has so many blockages. You know, Mr. Speaker, me not doctor, but you go to house signal to have blockage. Today, technology and image, you don't need to make him bypass. Or Dr. Lohia or some, Melo Labana, Melo Wabek, Melo Nipapa correcting me. You don't need to make him bypass. You can now put him stenting. The Speaker, House Implementai got stenting facility. One of our colleagues gives him left side paralysis, a stroke. And our House for the first time now deploy him stenting procedure. Coincide na bundle him this la blockage long. Left crew blockage na today Within 2 days, he was back to normal. He's now sitting watching this debate as we speak. Provincial government system, believe me, an important system, but he got so much blockage. 1995, meant well. And then meaning well, and come under some thinking. One prime minister at a time. You know how much good one premier blockage at a time. The block cross now, current cross law to long. Come inside now. Background this law system, you work good.
You make a point over there, one point over there, Honorable Member Abao.
Prime Minister raised a point of order on me, so I will retaliate.
Reciprocate the favor.
Reciprocate. I just want to clarify one matter which the Prime Minister is rightly saying because of my experience as a loan-saving bureaucrat. When 1995 law came, Section 42, the problem was that the agencies responsible never came forward with the enabling laws. That's where the confusion was. That is why provincial governments did not know how to organize themselves in that Section 42. No enabling law was developed. This is why we struggle. I just wanted to point that out. So, Minister, one of your big jobs is to get these enabling laws needed to clarify Section 42 responsibilities, powers, and functions.
Honorable,
thank you.
Member Abao, you are giving a point of order, not advising the minister. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Speaker, it is very enriching to have very learned members of Parliament with huge experience in the House, because they're able to affirm some of this work. And I do always enjoy the member for Abao. He's a very well-read and experienced person, and his contributions are always appreciated. Sometimes he speaks opposing, but as a leader, I'm mature enough to understand opposing is also good to hear than not to hear at all. But in any case, those impediments we have, we're trying to fix now. The benefit of continuing government over some time is you pick up those work you started and try to correct. That work would have been attended to any government in the past if they had concertedly worked. Mr. Speaker, the problem I point to you. And I used 1995 as a pointer and a breaker. And I, again, use one example. Provincial government law Eastern Britain functioned very well through law before 95. Well, can you erupt law 1994? Provincial government now, power block in Mirosing companies, Lawagani, Ebnon Ablo Handlim now, well, can you people displace? For 30 years, the provincial government in Eastern Britain was not given proper resourcing support, law. Now, they have to come back to ground zero. It was only last year, me Plagona give him ground title law. I asked this question. And correctly, so I think it was raised by some leaders on the other side, all of us. Why will national government go give him title? Lo giran me province of South Peninsula se giran. Making work with Mitla hard work. We should be at the oversight level. And so Mila asked me in conclusion, this will work long, empowering province. Open member na governor, you not going to fight. I'm right work. You must now build a system oversight long. Monitor, make sure work is not good local system. Please. And next week, Wednesday, me like inviting me blocker. We're launching again the National Monitoring Authority. And it's not a National Monitoring Authority, but we built in artificial intelligence into. So talk long. Also, we selecting administrator. Governor shouldn't be selecting administrator. Prime Minister shouldn't be selecting chief secretary. A computerized ICT-based system should be deployed to select the best population for any job in a country. I mean, okay, whether you Muslim or Christian or one man, you, so long as you got degree, the best experience, you can simply do. Whether you're gay or not gay, it doesn't matter. Best guy. Best guy. Best salary man. Best experience man. Mr. Speaker. So this law system, you must carry him hard through. So eliminate him, talk to where governor pick him man. Governor to all stop to pick him man. No governor made pa and pick him no. We input the right process, so the best guy becomes administrator. The best guy becomes the head. This is something, instruction I've given already to the public service minister. Mr. Speaker, Mila Assurum is working on it. Now the instruction we're giving Peninsula, tender process, whether from district, province, or national government, computerized ICT-based tender. Enable district administrator current paper. Enable work secretary current paper. Finance Secretary Karen Pepper, competitor. So today you missed up age, kind of some, make him talk pixel long, bypass, doctor walk him long. I'm the colleague women and he stop alive today. We're in an age where technology has reached a level to assist eliminating human preferences and input into the system a better meritorious appointment process, whether it's in contract letting or public service appointments. So no can worry long. All administrator or governor will appoint him. One council governor, me like talk. All district law, CEO of the district or department heads, no can ministers or member appoint him. Let's eliminate personal preference and get a computer system to appoint the best public service for us. Fixing provincial government system is an important prerequisite for us to go. Provincial government system anchors the diversity we have. Eastern Islands is different from Simbu. Simbu is different from Western Islands. Manus is different from Sipik. Manus is different from New Island. Custom, culture, setup different. Our diversity is unified in the structure of provincial government system. I relate to the provincial government system as a corner post block country, believe me. Strong block corner post. Today you may start with some strong block man, you may start king block wagani. A big man block wagani, but I've been on by go back to place me.
True.
Some block former prime minister. Only go come up governor business. No, I'm not saying that I'll be governor of Ella later on, but I'm just saying that. The province is important. Let's empower them, let's embrace them, let's make them work better. And they say better, we assist with the resource from national government, from district, and from other earnings. Let's allow them to make money, let's allow them to borrow money, let's eliminate politics, get provincial government to function better. They assist us deliver service better to our country. Thank you too much.
The question is that the question be now put. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Clerk. The question is that the proposed law be now read a second time. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Mr. Minister or Mr. Clerk.
Second reading, a proposed law to alter the organic law on provincial governments and local level governments and for related purposes.
Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I ask the Leave of Parliament to move the proposed law without amendment forthwith.
Is leave granted? Aye. Leave granted. Mr. Minister.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the proposed law without amendment be agreed to.
The question is that the proposed law without amendment be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. All members, as this is the first vote, the Constitution requires that the vote must be recorded, and that in order for the proposed law to pass, it must also be supported by a two-thirds absolute majority of 79 members. Honourable members, the Parliament will now vote. Clerk, please ring the bells. Those in favor, please stand.
What's the only good thing you've done? So it gets ordered.
Those against, please stand. Honourable members, results long this vote Me like talk to on Sam, me too. Me been come through long provincial government system. Whole plus system before reform me come up. Lo 95, na me start lo reform after 95. Now, we saw when a provincial government before, now when a provincial government after the reform. Also, na full kilometer was recorded. So, 84 years, na 0 nogat. Na belum ego 84 ya. Honorable Prime Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to what you go 84. I must love what you. Mr. Speaker, before me move in Parliament by
Honorable Prime Minister, by you would pass me one process of finish and then allow it to. Honorable members, in accordance with section Standing Order 222E, I now order the third reading, which is the second required opportunity for debate, and the second vote be adjourned for at least 2 months, this day as required by the Constitution. Mr. Clark? No. Mr. Prime Minister?
Minister? Minister Miller, I'll give you one lahat. Thank you, Lord. Nice to work with you. We look forward to giving you continued support. And thank you, members on both sides of the House, for rising to support an important piece of legislation that is part of our reset and 50th anniversary construct for our country going forward. The other amendment, we'll ask him this both sides of the House, is Placenis long court restructure, long bring him in appeals court, Supreme Court, National Court, and we want fundamental restructure again. If I could ask both sides of the House to give considered view. These are some essential amendments that we must make to position our country to live beyond 50 years. Judge Barapet definitely will not be for the next 50 years here, but our country must live on, and we just have to do it right for our people and our children going forward. Mr. Speaker, I would like also welcoming Nupla, or re-elected member of Longkabum, the Honorable Patrick Wasse. Thank you, Lord Parliament. We congratulate you on behalf of Rachel and the people of Taripori and the Panku Party, Honorable Rosso, Panku Party leadership. Congratulations on winning the Kabums here. We look forward to your contribution to our country, our people. Mr. Speaker, thank you, Lord Yimisiran Goromla Milek, just in time, long moving Parliament, and I ask in Parliament, Lord Yimi adjourn, go 10 kilok long tomorrow morning.
Honorable members, before we entertain him this motion, we like to clearly me. Now, we can't him no English. Honorable members, it is with great pride and honor that I inform you of the upcoming commemoration of the 41st anniversary of our National Parliament House, to be held tomorrow, Thursday, 7th August 2025, here at the Parliament Precincts. This year we pay tribute to 8 pioneer legislators of the first National Parliament, 1975 to 1977, as honored guests, whose vision laid the foundation for our democracy and whose legacies continue to inspire us today. We will also unveil a life-size statue of the late Right Honorable Grand Chief Sir Michael Somare in recognition of his monumental contributions to our nation. This unveiling coincides with the 50th anniversary of our independence. The theme for this year's celebration is One People, One Nation, One Country, a timely reminder of our unity and shared identity as we look towards the future together. I hereby extend a warm invitation to all honorable members to join in this historic occasion, which not only honors our past, but also strengthens our collective resolve for the future. Happy 41st anniversary to the People's House. Thank you. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Honorable members, Parliament is now adjourned to tomorrow, 10 o'clock.